Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, January the 31st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, guys. So CNTX has been frustrating like anything for me. I actually took a couple of small losses in it to begin. Um, these bottoming tails and topping tails are driving me crazy. And then finally, when it got into that 110 mark, I decided one last time. And obviously, so far, so good. So far, so good. From a 110, I have taken some off just underneath 130. And now we'll see what the balance can do. Had some news, pretty good news, it looks like, but had some news. When you look at the weekly chart, you do see that there's some resistance right around 129. So it's kind of right there. The next high is 149. So we'll see what happens. But again, very frustrating at the very beginning with these topping tails and bottoming tails for CNTX, for me anyway. Now, what else is happening? Carvana, CVNA. Another day of being up. We've had three big days now for Carvana, CVNA. It got up to, what did it get up to on the pre-market? Up to about 1147. When I checked on my weekly chart, I think I saw 1168 is the next high in the weekly chart for Carvana, CVNA. Also shortable for me. So at some point, you'd think that this just can't last. But I mean, the memes have got a hold of it. The big short float percent, 59% short. This is a big one, guys. Big float, but LAC, huge investment by GM. I think it was $650 million equity investment by GM into LAC. Where are they out of? Northern Canada, but you were near me. Yeah, my hometown. I thought so. Champagne corks are popping right now in Vancouver. Boy, that's a big deal for this company, LAC. HILS had some kind of a press release. Take a look at what it said. HILS, so got up to 176. That's a big pullback. That's a big pullback. Low float though. There's an exclusive option agreement to advance next gen, et cetera, et cetera. And speaking of General Motors, GM had earnings. Earnings released today, and so far so good. Pre-market, released in the pre-market. So far so good, up 5%. Big float. Okay, I've turfed it, all my CNTX guys. I may regret it, but I don't want to take any more of this. CNTX is just been a little too whippy for me. And what did I say? I think I said the next high was 149. So at that high here, 129 on the weekly, and then 149 on the weekly. I mean, it seems like good news. I mean, their partner, clinical trial collaborator, was approved by the FDA. Okay, so their part. I don't know if stem line is that's not stem, is it? I don't think so. Steve, I don't even know if they are a public company, stem line. I don't see it here, so it must be a private company. And you're in my mind there. I just SONA next on the list, on my list anyway. SNOA. SNOA, and any news on this one? Yeah, 15% on distribution pack with Daiwan. Okay, so there was some news for SNOA today. Of course, about 4 days ago, this got up to 270. PBLA, Lynn Group today has a 99.9 today. 9.99% stake in PBLA. PBLA, Lynn Global Partners report a 9.9% passive stake, understanding that 10% is the magic number. Another crazy low float, guys. Very low float, another crazy low float. Along with the MSGM, another very low float, 200% now. Motorsport regains full compliance with NASDAQ listing rules, etc. But they also had some other news. Why did it disappear? Somebody bought some shares in it. Investors buying. That's my note. It's disappeared now from my IB headlines. Let's see if this is up here. Yeah, this is his debt for equity exchange with Motorsport Network. And another very low float, under a million again, 460,000. HLIT is as an earnings play also, along with GM. HLIT is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Released earnings after hours yesterday. There's the mauve area right here, and it's continuing down. Meanwhile, AI from 2 days ago, and a little bit of a pullback yesterday, but right now, almost at the last 2 days highs, at the big day on Friday, bit of a pullback day yesterday. Telling you anything with AI in its name right now. 2042 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, 2042. And Spotify, guys, Spotify had a big earnings release. Look at this, up I think $10 the last time I looked. Excuse me, 980, which represents, so it must have been at 100. So 9.8%, big float, but look at this move for Spotify, SPOT. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 113.18. It's 10% on rising number of monthly active users and margin beat. Couple other earnings plays. I didn't put them on my list, but UPS is also an earnings play, guys. UPS is an earnings play, up a little bit, 2.4%. And there was one that just got absolutely crushed. I'm trying to see what that was. They did a financing and it was down to like 30 cents. I think it's this one, SIDU. SIDU, it was down to 30. Look at that, 39 cents from, well, I guess it only started at 88, but still, this got crushed on a financing, SIDU, $4.5 million financing. Priced at 30 cents a share. Oh, man, desperate for money, desperate. General Motor, take a look at Ford. Ford must be releasing soon too. No, actually next week. So Ford releases next week. And I'm sure a bit of a sympathy play with GM right now for Ford. Coming into the 200-day moving average though, and that is F. Okay, this one's starting to move a little bit here, guys. NTCL, big float, 434 million. Any news on this one? Natura could benefit from the ASOP spinoff. Into the 200-day moving average for NTCL. CVNA still hanging around that 10 level, excuse me, the 11 level. All right, 1011 or 911, getting ahead of myself here. 911, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if it's hit my inbox yet. Not yet. Okay. Yeah, William was mentioning Foxo. Now, the reason I sort of disregarded it is because it hit 155, and then the last time I saw it was way down here at 105. So that's a pretty big pullback. Not pretty big, that's a huge pullback. So I sort of disregarded it. But on the move again. Low float, fairly low float. I mean, 21 million is a low float, but we're getting so used to these sub 1 million floats that 21 almost seems high now. A lot of volume already, 3.2 million. See if there's any news on this one. Not sure I see any news on Foxel. Nothing an IB headline. I don't see anything. I want to make sure it's working. Yeah. This has been a bit of a wild one this morning too. Also, the WISA got all the way up to 1450 and then comes drops $3. Probably a low float. Sure. Wow. That's probably the lowest, guys. 155,000 shares. That's probably the lowest that we're going to see. We did check out or MSGM. Yes, Rob. Have to wait and see what happens once this market opens. Again, super low float also. I mean, the next high looking left is 1443 on the weekly chart. That is 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. I think it's getting there, of course. So they regained NASDAQ compliance, but I also saw that some kind of a debt to equity financing. General Motors, guys, lifting here. GM lifting. Big float. What's the next high looking left? 38.60. Oh, it's past that one. So take a look left on here. 37. 39.09 is the next high looking left, getting close. Again, I may regret not being in CNTX anymore, but let's take a look. Again, the next high is 149 on that weekly chart, which is that high in the daily. So that is the next high. Okay, let me see if the briefing.com is not as reliable as it used to be. It's a couple of days now. Haven't hit it. My email at 9:10, so I'm going to have to forego it. the upgrades and downgrades. So let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, docked channel bar, and then show more, and then sector status. We're in for a positive open, not a hugely positive, but positive open. So these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 71% in red, that means that 71% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So is there a super positive sector? Communications. Boy, communications has been on a run. 93% are up from yesterday's close. Retail 71. Want to take a look at the ETF or the in relation to their 200-day moving averages. Take a look at XLE. There we go. So still quite a bit above. This has been kind of the star throughout all the so-called bear market. XLE has been the star, always above, not always necessarily, but mainly above the 200-day moving average. Then XRT, again, moving further and further away from that 200-day moving average, that green line you see on my chart. Now, consumer staples is a bit of a maybe a bit of a troubling one. If it keeps moving away from that 200-day moving average, consumer staples, and let's take a look at discretionary. I think discretionary is still above, which puzzles me a little bit. XLY. No, it's now below too. Okay. Excuse me. So discretionary and consumer staples below the 200-day moving average. Take a look at healthcare, XLV. Yeah, getting perilously close to that 200-day moving average. XLE starting to drift into it. Financials, XLF. Yeah, getting further and further away from that 200-day moving average for financials. Industrials, XLI. Another one pretty much above that 200-day moving average also. Materials, XLB. Yeah, another one nicely above the 200-day. And now here is your little star here, XLC. This had an amazing recovery. Look at this recovery. Way below, not that long ago. End of the year last year, way below the 200-day moving average. But has had a nice climb, a little pullback there, but a nice climb. And then technology, XLK, also above, barely above the 200-day. Okay, one last, yeah, okay, briefing. So maybe they're just starting to deliver it to me a little bit later. Okay, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades. What time is it now? 9:19, so that's some time to do this. Some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. If there's anything interesting, maybe a Wedbush, keep looking for a cheap one that they're into. Haven't seen one for several weeks now. Get the downgrades in. Definitely, the downgrade list is nowhere near as extensive it was last week. I don't see then anything that interesting. You see nothing from Goldman on the upside or the downside. Post them into YouTube and see how the formatting looks today. Not terrible. Well, I missed out. I missed the D on the downgrades. I see what happened. It actually, yeah, you know what? Forget about it on in YouTube. It just gets too jumbled. All right, let's see. Anything else creeping in here? COEP. I haven't really talked about this one. COEP. Um, anything to talk about? I'm hearing UPST over and over again, guys. UPST. Something's lit a fire under UPST. There were a high short float percent. Maybe the memers have got a hold of this one today. Maybe this is their stock du jour. That'll do it. Cutting the workforce by 20%. That'll do it. Unfortunately, on the bad news for the workers, of course, but the market likes paring costs and all that, but it's not good news for the workers who lost their jobs, obviously. All right, guys, getting set for this open here, 6 minutes or so. See what could happen if for this CNTX, if it possibly, I mean, if it can somehow take, I mean, you've got the 200-day right at these levels also. 147 is the 200-day moving average, and if you look at the weekly chart, that's virtually where these highs are. Okay, on the weekly chart, that 150 level. So it could be really tough to get through. Now it is a relatively low float, 13.7 million in the float. Lots of volume. Traded the float already, of course. All right, I'm going to stick an alert MSGM, maybe just over 8 to see if it regains 8 at some point. There's that high of 863 that I think it got 840 something, 855. So it got to 855 in the pre-market. And if you look on the daily chart, you see the next high is 869. So there's another important level that if it can somehow crash through that, then you got this crazy high up here around 1450, which was the day before on the daily chart. All right, better put my alerts right up here for AI around 1820. See if it takes out, that's sort of the high of yesterday and the day before. And if it did that, 1915 would be the next high in the weekly chart, so that would still have some room. CVNA continues to hang around $11. All right, here's a real cheap one, guys. ERYP is sneaking in here. ERYP, just under $1, over the 200-day moving average, just sneaking in. Up 35%, not showing up in my pre-market actives. Why? Because it's under $1, but it will show up here in my gap ups. Meanwhile, the market's putting in a bit of a red bar to start. Well, just before the open, I should say. All right, thank you, William. I think that's you beeping at me. Or maybe it wasn't you. Yeah, it was you. Okay, guys, less than a minute, about 40 seconds before the market opens. Let's have a great trading day. I'm going to get rid of this. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. And let's take a look at, let's see, GM making another new high, GM making another new high just before the market opens. And we're open now. Okay, so the MSGM did show up on my 10-day daily breakout, but it's too early for me. And it may run, but I just can't do it. The other one that's just showing up is the UPST. This is what I'm talking about, the 10-day daily breakout, but it's just too early for me to try these ones. There's an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Didn't have that much action in the pre-market in terms of a percentage move. But NYCB, New York Community Bancorp, look at the room this has if it wants to run. 1172 over 10 right now. It's early though, but big float, 666 million in the float. Okay, AI just wow, AI just took out the highs of Friday, Monday and Friday. Today's Tuesday, yes, Monday and Friday. AI on the move, guys. AI on the move. And again, this has some room on the weekly chart, 1915. Well, guys, I look, I may be totally wrong with the CNTX. Congrats to those who stuck it out. Coming into the 200-day moving average, right there, you can see. And then the next high is 149, 150-ish. And lots of volume coming in. And boy, it's got halted now. I'm probably going to regret this one. CNTX just got halted. Hmm. AGNC, let's see what's happening with AGNC. AGNC, another earnings play. See, a lot of these companies that we don't really hear that much about, but AGNC, another earnings play. Issue with this one is that the next high is 1173 on the weekly chart. 12, to me, just got too much resistance, not that far away. So I'm going to have to take a pass. Pfizer's an earnings play also, guys. PFE is an earnings play. It was a little bit weak to start, but is now gone positive. Pfizer, PFE, earnings play. All right, so MSGM starting to fade pretty badly now. MSGM. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, let's see. Yeah, I'd be keeping an eye on Pfizer here, guys. If it goes positive, it briefly went positive. Just one moment, please. The AI guys, AI on the move here. AI on the move. The Hills is halted also, yes. Ooh, down goes Carvana, CVNA. CVNA really gave up 11. Okay, guys. Now MSGM is right back up. MSGM is right back up, and some volume coming in. MSGM. Let's see if it takes out 8 and starts to run. Oh, kind of like that, guys. It's right at 8. MSGM right at $8. One moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so CNTX, I guess, opened. CNTX opened as well, sort of predicted the 150 mark. A little bit tough to get through. There's that 200-day moving average and all the little bit of resistance on the weekly chart. Now, if it pops through, if it tries to pop through again, then you've got maybe 190 is the next high looking left. Okay, the MSGM. Now, this is wildly volatile. Okay, understand that. Even if you put a stop in, these things can blow right through your stop. So just be awfully careful if you're going to take this one, MSGM. Oh, I mentioned this AGNC a little earlier. Look at this move. Yeah, so CNTX is halted now on the way down, guys. So hopefully people took some profit as it approached that 150. Hills resumes. HILS resumed. No, well, it's okay. So it gets back over 148. So it actually got halted at 148, pulled back. It was over 148 again. That might get me in. What's the high? Is 181. Take an alert up here at say 149-ish. I shouldn't say back in. I'm not in it, but the only way I can play a halt is if it goes down below the halt price and then pops through it. That is not a recommendation for you to do the same. Getting close, guys. HILS getting close. Again, the magnet might be the pre-market highs. Low float, 3.9 million in the float. Where's the next high in the weekly chart? Yeah, 168. AI guys, look at the AI moving. Not our AI. I'm talking about AI to stock. Look at this AI moving, getting closer to that 1915? What's the market doing? So the NASDAQ's up, Dow's up, SPY's up, not much. Peloton on the move. PTON, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1337. That was yesterday's high. And it pulled back. Look at the AI guys. AI. 1915. So the next high is 2042 on the weekly chart. How's LAC doing? LAC with that big investment by GM, big investment, $650 million. GM put into LAC, trading a bit, but still up 6%. Big float, 104 million in the float. There we go. So AI announces the launch of their C3 generative AI product suite. There we go. OpenAI, Chat GPT. Always waiting for the next big thing. This is it, guys. I don't mean AI specifically, this company, but this sector called the chat. I want to call it Chat AI. I hate that Chat GPT. Ooh, SOUN from yesterday. So 2 days ago, it hit 239. So that's a little bit close. 239 SOUN. I see some news about Sober in the pre-market, but just not interested. I mean, it got up to 145. It's pulled back. I mean, it may get going. Problem is that look where it got to in the pre-market. Got up to 145, and there's the 200-day moving average. Well, at least we have it here. I don't know why it's not up here, but anyway, looks like there's too much resistance around 150. All right, guys, just kind of watching. Got to keep watching that MSGM just in case it has a big pop through 8 again. It toyed with us for a bit, and it came right back down below. All right, GM has 39.09, so it's past that. $40, $40. Next time looking left for GM. Earnings play. Okay, pull back now for AI. What did it pull back to? Oh man, I lost sight of this one. I was going to take this one on the 148 break again, and I just completely got distracted by the by I don't can't even remember why. HILS, or I was saying the only way I'll take this if it pops through 148 again, because that's where it got halted. That's what I was saying. Got halted at 148, and it moved down below 148, and that's the only time I'll use. Well, not 100% of the time I'll do it, but I certainly wanted to do it on this one. Okay, AI right back, guys. AI coming back again. If I was more of a swing trader, I mean, this is the type of thing, that is going to, as long as they keep pumping out press releases with Chat GPT or Chat AI in it. I mean, their stock symbol is so awesome right now. Okay, gap down and reversal play right now, guys. HLIT is an earnings play. Got hammered down. It's still down 4%, but it has made a decent recovery from the low of 1280. Of course, it's got the big gap to fill potentially, 14 about 15. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but there's no resistance on the chart, of course. So again, Harmonic trading lower after the company reported Q4 earnings results and issued guidance. So it's all about the guidance. Obviously, they didn't say we're going to have a sterling next quarter. Ford, guys, Ford F. Wow, through the 200-day now. Sympathy play with GM. GM is an earnings play today. Ford has earnings next week. Peter, that was not advice. KWeb, it just, you could look at KWeb and had a down day. I don't know what it's going to do right now. I think if it broke down below 33.18, which is a low right there, that might signify some more downward pressure for China stocks overall. But that wasn't advice. I just was pointing out the information. It wasn't any advice. But I have no crystal ball, Peter, to know whether or not it's going to take this out at 33.18. Lift has got a little bit of room, guys. LYFT has got a little bit of room. When you look left, the next high is 1647, so it's got a little bit of room. It's at 1605 right now. Okay, AI pulling back quite a bit now. That VWAP. So 1885 is the VWAP. What did it get to? 1891. So will that VWAP hold it? I wish this weren't here. Look at CFLT, an earnings play, released earnings after hours yesterday. No big reaction. Here's the real reaction this morning. My issue is that it's got a couple of lows at 21. I wish they weren't there. I wish it were a straight shot down to 20, but it isn't. Yeah, I just point things out, Peter. Certainly, you don't try not to give advice, but you just have to be aware. So, I mean, if you're, I don't know, does that mean you're in a lot of China stocks? But just be aware of what K-Web's doing. I mean, it's not a catastrophic drop or anything, but if this dropped down again below that 33.23, you can see there's a couple of daily candles right there. Then you might get a little worried if you're in China stocks. Do a refresh, TJ. If you can't see the screen, just do a refresh. Hopefully that's not widespread. I know we had that issue a few weeks ago, but hopefully that's not widespread. Genius doing its thing again, guys. GNS, we got down to about 5. Okay, got down to about 5 and popping off it again. Pretty, for me, difficult intraday trader. GNS. Okay, guys. LAC now is making a market high. Excuse me, a market high. The pre-market high is up at 25. LAC. Pay attention to this one because if it holds 24, it starts to move. It's got some room to that 25 mark, of course. The 200-day moving, well, actually, the 200-day moving average is close, 24.67. So in the pre-market, it did pop above it, but that news might be just enough to pop it through again. Wow, no, you guys were talking about UPST. Look at this. I mean, yeah, 20 down to 18. So the AI has been pretty whippy. Not our AI. AI has been whippy. Um, but it looks like that VWAP held it, 1887. Take a look at from Shady PBLA. I know that had a lot of action in the pre-market. Some news. Yeah, that's 9.9% passive stake by the Lind Group or Lind Global Fund. And again, what else is new? We got the SPY with the topping tails and bottoming tails again. Did it have a big pop? I was looking to short that one, CFLT, except for those bottoming tails. Let's take a look at CFLT. 2128, 2193, yeah. You know, it's got a little bit of room is, yeah, not as much as I thought. Nordstrom's JWN, I thought it had room to 20, looking left on the daily chart, but there's actually another high at 1965. That may stall it. Watching this LAC, guys, LAC, see if it gets into the 30s. You would think the news would sustain it. It's a big float, 104 million in the float, but you would think that news would sustain it for a while anyway. Yeah, so the silver got into that level that I thought might stall it, 155, the 150 mark. I don't know what that, I'm not 100% sure what that green line is anymore. It should be the SMA, but we don't have an SMA number here. So can explain that. I'm sure it's been trading for 200 days. So ooh, is edible alive again? EDBL. Haven't seen that one. That's a tough one. Very low float, 176,000. That might be the low float. The high yesterday was 720, sorry, 944. You know, 3 days ago, it had that wild day up to 17. So if you're going to take this one, don't take too many shares. You're going to have a wider stop. And no volume. Yeah. Okay, LAC had a little bit of a pullback here. Did it pull back to anything significant? Not really. 2389 is the VWAP, so it's still above that VWAP. I'm talking about LAC. I think it's tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure, but I think the Fed is tomorrow. Somebody can confirm that, please. I think it is tomorrow. Wow, look at black right back up. LAC right back up. All right, guys, Carvana. Take a look at Carvana now. CVNA underneath 10 and big gap underneath 811, the next low looking left. So, I mean, this is getting ripe, I think, for a potential short, guys. I mean, let's face it, this is still I call it a failing business, and all it is the memers have got a hold of it. Now, you got to be careful. It's a big short squeeze, if you will, 59% short. Right, guys, I'm just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing too much. What's Pfizer doing? Is it still hovering around yesterday's close? Yeah, the answer is yeah, just kind of hovering around 35 cents under now. Okay, watching Carvana now, CVNA. A little bit of a pop, but still underneath 10. Yeah, it's challenging the VWAP again. AI is challenging that VWAP again. VWAP is 1894, so it is challenging it again. As William says, if it challenges it again, which it did before and it held, but if it challenges it again, All right, guys, Carvana on the way down. CVNA on the way down. There's that low yesterday of 804. VWAP proving to be pretty decent support so far for the for AI. 1894 is the VWAP, and it got it literally, well, it got down a little bit below at 1878. Remember, these are sort of areas. Yeah, I mean, PBLA's obviously got some room. Look at the daily chart. Looking left is 256 is the next high looking left. Another crazy low float, under a million in the float. So yeah, that is the next high. Had some news, I think. PBLA, yeah, that's at 9.9% passive stake. A lot of volume coming in. Looks like that's it for CNTX, guys. No big follow through. That 150 mark was just too hard. I mean, it did pop through it a little bit, but that 150 mark was just too hard to get through. And that is a CNTX. Ah, look at these topping tails, bottoming tails on the SPY. Again, CVNA, another leg down. Yeah, this is a dicey bit of a dicey short, with just the name AI, just the name of it, and the news are going to keep pumping out. But obviously, the next low looking left is 1750. But is that the view app? It's really trying to hold it. What's the pre-market high? Is 224 for PBLA. All right, guys. SOUN, kind of interesting. I mean, the next high looking left is 239 on the weekly chart. After that, we've got 262 SOUN. Actually, it's not a low float. 112 million in the float, so it is not a low float. Whoa, MSGM right back up. That's a big move. Big move. Carvana, yes. Sorry. MSGM, a big move up. Look at that, a 10% move from the start of that race. Race is still a minute left. Now, Rudy, I agree. I mean, this AI thing is so, people are just waiting, jumping at the bit. Okay, could this be the one that's going to be, the big A, the chat GPT, chat AI? There will be others, though. We know that. I missed it. MSGM, it just went too quickly for me. MSGM guys, now this is rocking, rocking. Look at this high, 830. Is that the high of the pre-market? 855 is the high in the pre-market. HYPR. Is that showing up anywhere else for me? Let's see, 300,000 shares. I might be just a little bit light. That might be why it's not showing up here. No, there it is. Yeah. Bye-bye, MSGM without me. Well, the next high looking left, if you guys were able to get it, I just couldn't get my buy-in in time. 1446 is your next high looking left. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but it's a very, very low flow. So as always, if you took this trade, do not wander away from your computer. I'm out of the CVNA. Tick that I'm not in the MSGM. I'm out of the CVNA short. Now LAC is looking good again. LAC is looking good again. Pre-market high was up here about 24.99. The 200-day though is 24.67, so that could stall also. Just please. Yeah, okay, guys, I'm back. Surprised this did not get halted, MSGM. I thought that little move here was pretty quick, but I guess it wasn't quick enough. Okay, a little pop here for Tiva, guys. It's a big float, 1 billion in the float. Tiva popping here. The next high looking left, 1052, so it's past that. 1047, 1063. 1084. Yeah, so it might have, because of that float also, it might have too many little areas of resistance. Oh yeah, I mean, in fact, oh, I thought that was, I heard a little rat-tat-tat. That's my machine gun, is my pulse resume sound alert, but I thought it might have been for the MSGM, but nope. It's for hyper HYPR. And just nice call by William on that one, alerting us. Way different day for me today than yesterday. Yesterday, man, having a tough time keeping any interest, but there's a lot happening today. Look at AI. I missed getting back into this one. Not advice at all, but boy, I'd be watching this one as a potential swing. AI. What's the high over here? $23. Wow, MSGM. Congrats anybody who got it, guys. That's just make sure, again, don't wander away from your computer. Big volume, yeah. I mean, look at this. It's traded the float now 41 times. If this is, in fact, I'm going to check another source for that float information. MSGM. Yeah, well, you got Yahoo and Wall Street Journal and Morningstar are all around this number here. And FinViz, the only one higher is significantly higher is Ameritrade, but who cares about them? So yeah, this is a low float. It's definitely a low float. Is what I'm talking about. Okay, at 460, 460. That's what we've got, 460. They've got FinViz has got 650, 332 for Morningstar. This is the outlier. Hmm. Fast morning so far. Well, guys, LAC is getting LAC getting close to that 200-day moving average, 2467. It's at 24.61 right now. Market's putting in a nice little push here. Everything's up. Interesting one from the AI. I didn't see this one, but a short, pretty awesome one so far. 78.64, 75.69 right now. Not an earnings play. That might have been an earnings play. Shutterstock. Wow, AI, symbol crash after symbol crash. This is my sound alert for my 10-day daily breakout. You can see a couple of them here. LAC, what did FIGs do? 1965, 965. I didn't really move. There was the original alert for AI at 1818. The original alert for, but these are very early, 930. MSGM at 786. And this is the repeating version. So the DR stands for don't repeat. So this is why I have them side by side. This tells me the first time we had the alert. And then this will show me every time it makes a new high. So I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, an alert 931 for AI, 1818. What has it done from there? And obviously, pretty awesome. Again, these are not strategies, these are ideas. Nothing on the short side so far. Oh, yeah, the AI has to be managed. It's if you try to, just like any trade, in my opinion, any trade, the AI has to be managed. Had a little, yeah, had a little bit of profit in the silver, when it got up here, but you had to be aware of the areas on the chart that could stall it, and that's exactly what happened. AI, okay, where's the next high? 2042 is the next high. Look at this on the 15. I mean, a little 2-bar pullback on the 15s for the AI, for AI, not the AI, but AI, the stock. Now, the AI in our AI is trying to short AI. It might happen. I mean, 1977, maybe it's run its course, but Okay, guys, AI 20, or what our AI says. This is strong stock. All right, take a look at path. Path, okay, let's take a look at path. Any news on this one? I don't see any news on this one, but yeah, I mean, 1516, the next high looking left, a lot of volume coming in. The next high after that is 1542. The market is moving higher. A lot of volume came in. I had an apostrophe after the path, that's why it's not showing up. Wow, this showed up in the option scanner, I'm sure, William, I'm pretty sure, except the relative volume's a little light, so unless you made a tweak to it. I never thought that BuzzFeed was, yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, probably. What's your relative volume in that scan? Because the relative volume's only now it's increasing, but it's 1.6. My guess is that it's at least 3. Yeah, so that's why you're not seeing it. Uh, it's the groan of somebody who's not in a trade he wants to be in. Oh well, there will be others. And this is certainly not shortable. Probably for most, not talking Center Point or other groups like or brokerages like that, but probably not too many brokerages have MSGM as shorts available. You know, held the VWAP right there. I mean, drop down. There's the VWAP right there, 813. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, unless I turn off my sound alert, is MSGM just keeps firing and firing and firing. Every time it makes a new high, I'm hearing a big symbol crash. So it's like it's my worst nightmare. Many alerts here. Look at this one right here on the crawl, MSGM on the crawl there in my 10-day daily breakout, and of course in the races. And now when the halts resumes, it just got halted on the way up. And boy, if you're in this one, guys, congratulations. There's your potential opening area, 13-ish. You know, that can change, of course, but right now, that's what we're seeing, 13. Here's the halt, 1243. DPRO, wow, look at this move over the last couple of weeks for DPRO from $1 to 2. So a 100% run in DPRO. Dragonfly, okay. Low float, yeah, 32 million. I'm starting to consider 32 million a high float now. I saw that you mentioned that one, Tank, MSGM on a 5 minute. Let's take a look on the fives. What you're seeing here. Yeah. Now is it? Yeah, it's gonna sneak in. 950, 950. So technically it's not, but it's close enough. You know, because it's not 950 is the high, and the high right here is 950. So it is not totally engulfed, but it's close enough. I remember Canon yesterday. Canon was, yes, an earnings play yesterday. Big gap down, and now almost completely recovering. 2246 was the high yesterday. They got up to 2243. If it can take out that high, the next high looking left is 2280. Maybe not enough room perhaps. Big float, a billion in the float, but Canon right back up after its earnings yesterday. All right, LAC just took out briefly the 200-day moving average, briefly. 2463, 2467. It just popped above it just a little bit, came right back down. I'm gonna have to. I have to keep watching it because I keep getting alerted. MSGM now, guys. If you're in this one, boy, the next high is 1443. So I guess be aware of that. So it's rare that we see in the biggest gainers from the open the same stock and the large cap gainers from the open, but there's AI had enough of a percentage move to make it to win a race here. Of course, no problem winning a lot of races here because the percentage moves don't have to be tremendous. All right. Well, now this is just getting downright silly. Well, it's a big drop though. I mean, look at that drop, 1653 down to 14. So I mean, that is a $2.50 drop in a heartbeat. But so that's why I'm saying you cannot, if you're in this one, please manage your trade. All right. So to deflect me from having to watch this, all right, guys, take a look at my homepage. All the information you will find on my homepage, including how you could have found MSGM. So first of all, if you do want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15% on both cases. In both cases, you don't have to have an annual. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is 118, premium is 228. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. Okay, after that, this is what you'll pay going forward. And if you at any point with a monthly subscription you do want to take on an annual, we will honor that 15%. Okay, the big difference, the 15% discount, the big difference is the AI. Interesting one, nice short on the SSTK. Okay, that what the AI kind of looks like. Not kind of, that's what it looks like. Basically, you get alerts. How you manage the trade will be really up to you. Now, if you do take out a subscription, please do the get started first. 10 videos, short, download and install, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Take about 30 minutes to go through these 10 videos. If you are new to trading, this is a great free resource for you, Trading 101. Okay, please, you can really take a look at that. And I mean, it literally starts off with what is a stock. I mean, it's as basic as you can get. Okay, so this is a free resource for you. I wonder what my stock of the day is going to be. So I do a stock of the day video, and you can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week is free. What's it doing this week? TSN, I think, was the trade of the week. It gets sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. I do not think it triggered. No, it did not trigger because there's the high yesterday, and I know the trigger is above that high, 65.47. So this did not trigger, and of course, it has not triggered today. So when you get the email, it'll suggest an entry price and a stop. How you manage it will be up to you. These are designed for longer term holds, but as we speak, this is not triggered. Education. Yeah, we're getting that little error message. Come on. Here we go. Education. So we've got a great user guide. Click on the user guide, and there's that getting started again. At the very least, know what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the T window, and what stock racing is all about. Okay. Obviously, a lot more information in the user guide. Yeah, I don't have to know everything. There's that getting started again. Daily support. So today is Tuesday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that. Some of you might know Michael. Michael does a lot of back testing of his own strategies and things like that. So he'll be there between 12 and 1, and he will nag at you to have a trading plan. Okay. Here's my room here. Educational videos right here. More about trade ideas. The last, my scans. So again, if you click on my link, you have to scroll down, and here are the scans right there. So pre-market axis up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. It would have seen all these active ones today. We would have seen AI, LAC, MSGM in the pre-market actives up and down. Of course, we're seeing them in the biggest gainers from the open and the large cap gainers from the open. We're seeing them here, right there. We're seeing them in the 10-day daily breakout. Right here, there's a 10-day daily breakout. We're also seeing them here in the upside movers versus downside movers. Many ways you could have seen these movers. So I'm sharing that. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link, use my promo code. The room will get credit. I'll get some credit also. The other reason to save my link, you can have access to my scans at any time, of course, and the education section. So for those of you new, first of all, welcome to the room. This is the format between 8 a.m. and let's say 3:20, 3:15 to 3:20, Monday to Friday, Eastern time, of course. And what we're a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. Now I showed you the scans that I'm sharing. Ooh. We also have a lot of scans from our toolbar. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are theme-based channels. Okay, these are all theme-based channels. If I click on the momentum channel, you're going to see this is the momentum channel layout. These are all layouts. So here is an example of an alert window. We call it momentum. This is one that I'm actually sharing my homepage. If you want to see what my scans are looking for or any other scan that we've created in any one of these channels, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. And that, look at that. Oh, how crazy is this? I just looked outside. We've got snow on the ground. Wow. In Vancouver. Um, so here's MSGM as an example. Okay. So why are we seeing MSGM? In this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least 3. It means it's trading at least 3 times normal. okay, up to this time of day, which of course this one is 100,000 share minimum, obviously. What gives it the momentum is in the volume, the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 100%, 400% of normal, etc. Okay, so this is the filtering or the screening aspect of trade ideas. So if all these values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's the scanning. So it's a real-time scanner. So again, I am sharing this one, in my homepage. If you go to any one of the other well, you go to any channel and you want to take out a scan because you might want to add it to your layout, all you have to do is right click and then duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically, what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout and then you're duplicating it into a free floating window. It popped up, excuse me, it popped into one of my other monitors. So now at this point, you can save it to your cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, save, or again, you take a look at the configure and summary. You may not like this price range as an example. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. So you can, of course, make some changes. Let's make a change here. Let's put the price range at 10, and max 100. Run the summary again and you can see how it's changed to 10 and 100. Then you can say OK, and then you can save it. So you can either take it exactly the way we've created it, or you can tweak it and then save it to your cloud. And then at some point, you can bring back the scans that you've saved, file, load from cloud, and you will see them. Right click. And I'm not trying to explain how teach you how to use trade ideas. I'm just showing you an overview. All this is in the guide. You highlight it, load it. You go back, file, load from cloud, highlight, load, and then you can bring back all the scans that you have extracted. Now, I will caution you though, don't have so many. Otherwise, you'd be clicking like mad all day long on symbols and getting nothing done. Okay. But if you don't want to create your own scans, we have created a lot of scans for you. Now, if you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. I'll right click on this alert window again. I'll click on configure. This time instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. So these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got, starting off with a new high of the day, new low of the day, all these different real-time alerts. Okay. And if I scroll down a little bit more, when we get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. And again, you don't have to learn them all. Okay, don't get hung up on that. You get a lot. That's a question or a comment we get. How am I going to learn all this? Well, you don't have to. We have so many because when the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So we try to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but don't get hung up on how many we have. Well, Trading Gator, the first thing I would do is take a look at the course that we've got, okay, that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together, okay? Now, as far as a mentor goes, I mean, you can keep coming into this room. I don't consider myself a mentor exactly, but we've got a lot of really good traders in the room, and you can hear me discussing things all day long. But the other thing I would do, if you're new to trading, look, trading isn't easy. You have to put in the time. So again, if you go to my homepage and click on my homepage link, and then this is what you'll see. Scroll down until you see the education section. And actually, I'm wrong. When you get to my homepage, take a look at this Trading 101, okay? Michael Noss, who's going to be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he put this together. Basically, at the start of the pandemic, his wife was working from home or wasn't working. And so he said, you know what? I'm going to put together a little trading course for somebody who never has traded before. And so that's what he did. It's very engaging, I think. Starts off with what is a stock? I mean, it's very as basic as you can get. So I would take a look at this first before you do anything else. Okay. There's your resource. The other thing is we have a this window that you see here, this big blue window. Look at this. Man. Well, guys, that's the power of the low float. That is an insanely low float, 460,000 shares in the float. The stock is now up almost 700%. And in case, again, the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on any given day. Typically, if you look at Apple or Microsoft or any of those larger companies, you will see they have a shares outstanding, number of shares outstanding. So what you do is then you start subtracting what the insiders, the C-suite own, maybe some major funds, because those are shares that can't be traded on a daily basis. And so you take the shares outstanding and then you start subtracting those shares, and that's what gives you your float. Those are the shares. So personally, I consider anything under 20 million a low float situation. We're starting to see some insanely low float. So 460,000 shares in a float is ridiculously low. And just think of it this way. The float is the supply of stock. And when you have high demand for whatever reason, yes, they had some news and all that, and then traders around the world start to pile into this. So huge demand, low supply. That's how something can go up 750%. Okay. You're not going to see Apple or some of those stocks with big floats, multi-billion dollar floats. Apple's got 15.8 billion in the float. Even on Apple's best day ever, it's not going to go up 700%. Okay. And that's because, it's going to take a lot to move a stock like Apple. And Apple will have earnings on the second. And it will move on that day for sure. But it'll be, who knows, 2%, 3%, 4% maybe, depending on what the earnings releases, either on the upside or the downside. So, I mean, two rocket ships today, guys. I mean, really, the AI, I mean, that's 26%, 86 million in the float. So, I mean, it's a relative, it's not huge, but the other thing about the float, people say, well, what do you consider a low float? Well, it also depends what you trade normally. I mean, if you're somebody who trades Apple and Microsoft and Google and Amazon, with several that have several billion in the float, you will consider 100 million low float. Okay, it all depends on what you trade, and I typically don't trade those just because they're not giving me the percentage move that I'm looking for. That doesn't mean it's bad to trade those, but you have to have, as Michael Sauce, Michael Noss will tell you if you show up between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room when I do take my break, he's going to hammer at you. You've got to have a trading plan. You have to know why you're taking a trade. And you shouldn't be listening to me or anybody else in the room. You have to develop a trading style that suits your personality, maybe even your time constraints. Maybe you live on the West Coast, and so you have another job. Maybe you can trade the first hour, no problem, before you go off to work. Things like that. But you have to have a trading plan. The other thing is with the MSGM, very few brokers have shorts available, so there's no downward pressure on this one with people shorting this. I'm not saying there's no broker out there, and probably Centerpoint, some of those, Cobra maybe, but most brokers probably don't have shorts available. So again, there's no downward pressure from people shorting this. So let me speak a little bit about the races, okay, and why I think it's very important. If you're new to trading, I think this is a great way to start. So what you're seeing here, I have two races that I'm sharing. I am sharing these. Biggest gainers from the open percent and large cap gainers from the open percent, okay? Very similar, but there are some differences. If you'd heard me talking to myself this morning, you would have heard me saying, Barry, you're going to take this one at some point. You know, with that float and that news, you're going to take this one at some point. And again, the only reason I'm not in this is that I just didn't react quickly enough. Now, obviously, it wouldn't have mattered because it just kept, tacked on what? And look at this now, guys. This is probably halted on the way down. If it's not, it should be. So that's why you got to be awfully careful. I mean, 28 down to 21, just like that. So obviously, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. My entry was around just over the VWAP, which was not 959 at that point. It was 8 something, I think. And no, it wouldn't have mattered. I mean, but I don't chase, and I just couldn't bring myself to chase this. Of course, in this, today it wouldn't have mattered. Chasing would have been okay, but I just can't do it. So the races. So this race starts off, every race starts off from a top list window, okay? I'm just showing you what's behind the races, okay? You don't have to remember anything, and it's in the user guide. There's in fact right here. So if you click on my homepage link, this is it. Here we go. Yeah, if you click on my homepage link, and then you go to the guide, our education section, and then click on the guide, and then you'll see TI stock racing. So TI stock racing, it's all covered here. We have 4 videos, the setup. Okay, we've got all sorts of information, your startup, configuration, etc. But I just want to tell you, I just want to show you what the concept is all about. And the guide is great, okay, because I don't expect anybody to remember anything I'm saying. I mean, if you're brand new to trade ideas, but that's why we have a guide. So again, all races start from a top list window. This is the top list window that this race is that generates these symbols, and I'll show you why. Now, before we had the racing, the use of a top list window would be this. Any column header. Well, first of all, let me show you what this top list window is looking at. Any stock between $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares up, or sorry, 200,000 shares traded, and at least 2% up from the previous close, okay, yesterday's close. So if a stock meets those filter requirements, it'll be in this list. So the use of a top list before was, okay, what if I wanted to find all the stocks that are up the most from yesterday? If I had that as a column header, and that's what this one, that little C%, it changed from the close of yesterday. So if I left click on it, double left click, there's MSGM from yesterday's close, it's up 822%, as an example. I like to look at the change from the open. So the same thing, I double left click on the change from the open percent. MSGM is at the top also. And here are the rest of them. Okay, so maybe nice information to have, but how are you going to use this to trade? For instance, what if out of nowhere, TSP, which is 8.8%, what if it all of a sudden starts to move? Now it's 9%, 10%, 15%, 20%. You'd never know. Okay. I mean, it's really hard to see something that's moving in a list. And that's where the races come in. So I run 4-minute races. Now, again, this is all customizable, but I run 4-minute races. And so this race is now, we're almost into a minute of this race. And what you're seeing here at the top is that HYPR has moved 3.4% since the race started. Okay. That's what that is telling you. But you'll see there's EDBL now. Oh boy, this is another crazy one, guys. Another crazy one. So you can see what happens. It's like any other race in the world. There's jockeying for position because every stock starts off at the starting line, obviously. And when the race starts, any stock has a chance to be the winner. So it doesn't have to be the stocks that are up the most today. It could be any stock at all, as long as it meets those filter requirements. In this case, 1 in $50, 200,000 shares minimum traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So any stock meeting those filter requirements, you will see if it's really moving. It doesn't matter where it is on that overall list. It's moving now, and so there's edible right there, leading the pack. Okay, MGAM at 4%, etc. Okay, so at the end of 4 minutes, there'll be a winner. You can see the last winner was MSGM. And why this is really important, I think, if you're new to trading, is it generates a top 10 list for you, a watch list for you automatically. It's made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. I start my races at 9:30 Eastern time when the market opens. You don't have to do that. If you want to start them in the pre-market or whenever you want, you can do that. It's all customizable. If you don't want to run a 4-minute race, you want to run a 5-minute race or a 3-minute race or a 10-minute race. Of course, this is all customizable. This is the biggest gainers from the open, but if you wanted to, you could do it the biggest gainers from the close. It's up to you. But I like the open. And this race is very similar, except two important filters I added. You'll and with AI actually at 2.5%, that's a big move in this particular race. You won't see, rarely will you see anything like 18% in this race. Why? Because I added market cap a minimum of 500 million, and a minimum float of 50 million. So doesn't mean these are bad to watch. It just means that you're not going to get this, like the volatility, the huge percentage moves. But if I were new to trading, I would probably look at this one first because, again, these are extremely volatile. Really fun when you're in one of these on the right side, but not so much if once the rug gets pulled and these things can just drop like mad. And again, here's a top 10 list for you. So, you don't have to click like mad on different stocks all day long. You can just concentrate on these. So let's take a look at Lucid right here, LCID. Okay. So Lucid won a race early on. I guess it might have been one of these ones. So when you look at this, you think, okay, is there an area where I might want to take this trade? And you might say, well, what if it takes out yesterday's high? Okay, so maybe sticker price alert there. Maybe that'll be good. Or there's the VWAP at 1172. And I know if you're new to trading, you're wondering, well, I don't know what the VWAP is. I don't know. Well, all this is explained. If you go to Michael's course, go to Investopedia, something like that, you'll find the definitions of all these things. But again, you might think, okay, I wouldn't mind if it pulls back to that VWAP of 1172. Put a price alert. I'll put a price at 1181 and see if that happens. So I've sort of bracketed this right now. If it takes up the high of yesterday, or if it moves back down to the VWAP. Now, it doesn't mean that if it takes out the high of yesterday, I just hop into the trade, but I do want to see, I have to see the pattern it's coming from and understanding why this one moved on Friday. Big rumor that the Saudis own a big chunk of this, some investment fund, and the big rumor was that they were going to buy the rest of it. I mean, that's what caused this to pop up to 17, $18. So again, that's why, so you can go through all of these. Riven is another play, of course, another EV play. You look at this one, yeah, maybe in 1992, but I mean, to me, this is not that interesting, but doesn't mean that everything in this list is going to be stellar. LAC, I mean, it's through that 200-day moving average, very key. You look left, where could it keep going? But this is why you've got to practice, and you can practice using our simulator. Simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, you don't even need a broker. Simulator is easy to use. Now, both the races and the simulator, you have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, unfortunately not available. But to load this Brokerage Plus window, where the simulator is, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and then this window will pop up. It should say not connected. One of the box should say not connected right beside the ask box. Ask box. And you just click on Sim for simulation. It'll change to account. Click on account. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. You click on an alert. Okay, and you see and the symbol showed up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Let's just do one for fun. Let's take a look at the CNTX. I'll take something else. And by the way, when you're watching these races, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on the symbol. If you see something moving, click on it. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. You should click on it and just see what's happening. Okay, there's the MYMD. This would be interesting, a lot more interesting if the 200-day moving average wasn't there at 276. That little green line there, that could block it. I'm just trying to take one that is not so crazy. Well, let's take AI, and I'll explain why I'm going to take the AI, okay? Because let's take 200 shares. The spread is okay, 276, 278, 269. It's dropping a little bit here, but that's okay. I just want to demonstrate how you do it. So if you click the buy button first, that sets it up, and then you send it. I don't like that second step, but now let's just say you really thought the AI, this one, AI, was something you wanted to hold and swing and all that. If you don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, that's how you can practice swing trading. Okay, so let's leave this in here for a while. I haven't talked about stops or anything like that, but let's just leave this in. All right, guys. So just trying to see any more questions coming in. I'm going to give somebody the job to come up with the AI stocks, guys. Okay, somebody who can do some research, up with a list of AI stocks, and we'll just put it into a symbol list and see what happens. What was that other one that I think Captain mentioned? Path, PATH. But these are going to come out of the woodwork, guys. We are going to see so many press releases that mention OpenAI or ChatGPT or something like that. We're going to see so many. These little companies are just going to whatever it takes. Remember crypto, guys, when crypto was just sort of getting running, and some company would say, "Yeah, we're going to take Bitcoin as payment." That's all it took. They weren't even in crypto. They're just going to take Bitcoin as payment. All right, I'm going to start writing the Palantir. Really, Palantir is well, what constitutes that? Like, why would and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just wondering, like, why would Palantir? I know it's a cloud-based service and all that, or something to do with the cloud. Data integration services. So why would that have anything to do with AI powered data analytics? Okay. Well, you know what? They should change their profile today. Seriously. It's a huge float. It is a huge float. Palantir's got like 1.7 billion. But you know what? I mean, if they truly were, I mean, it won't matter. If somebody wants to swing something, hey, a big float is actually probably even better because usually you won't have the big gyrations. But this has been a beaten up, horribly beaten up stock. Yeah, okay. Provision of artificial intelligence. Okay, there's very, yeah, okay. Why not? They just gotta, so they have earnings coming up, and not that earnings matters at all. They've gone through cost reduction, probably laying off people. So tomorrow they should say something about AI. Tomorrow, Mac. The FOMC is tomorrow. Everybody's expecting what, 25 basis points. So anything more will be a mini shock, I guess. All right, take a look at VET. I know it's hard to, boring oil and gas, but VET, the next high looking left is 1564. Too close, too close. For a wild stock, this is really basing nicely, actually. MSGM is kind of basing nicely here. Now, here's how you can short also. Let's take a look at CVNA. Let's take a short on this one. Let's click the sell, well, how many shares, of course. Let's do 300 shares, sell it now, okay, and send. Should go in at 946, 940, yeah, 946. So that's how you can short something in their simulator. Just click the sell button. Just out of curiosity, MSGM, out of curiosity, if it takes out that high of the day. So this did many reverse splits probably to get down to that number, that float. Let me just take a look at, expand this weekly chart a little bit more. So 35 something is the next high, but let's take a look at the monthly. We're probably going to see something in the thousands, or at least, okay, no. So the high, this is split adjusted. The high is $380, okay? So yes, it's had a tremendous run today, but the high is 380 split adjusted. Not that people care who got in early enough today. Okay, here's another one that went crazy a few weeks ago, guys. Well, quite a few weeks ago, actually. Almost not quite 2 years ago, but that's the MGAM got up to 2052. I know where you're seeing Cade. Cade is from Zach's bounce scan, CADE. Hasn't really bounced yet. However, maybe coming into a little support area. You look at the daily chart. Pretty good market reaction today, guys. So far, this is actually a little more trending than we've seen in the last little while. We do have some little bottoming tails and topping tails on the 15-minute, but not quite as dramatic as we've seen over the last few days. Okay, you mentioned very, VERI. Where could it keep going? Looks like the next high in the weekly chart is 971. So it definitely has some room on the weekly chart. 971 looks like the next high. There's a high right there of 868, which is kind of where it is. So if it can get through that 868, the next high is 971. Ooh, look out below now on the MSGM. Now, for fun, I could, try to short it, but the thing is, there are no shorts available, so I'm not, as a paper trader, it would be pretty interesting to short it, but use the simulator. I mean, if you don't have shorts available for something with your broker, don't short it. All right, guys, almost 11:30, so I'll be taking my break in about 30 minutes. Michael Nosh should be taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Boy, I guess that wasn't over for MSGM. I'm telling you, if this takes out the high of the day, believe it or not, this could still have a run. You think, well, how could that be? Well, because traders, that's, it's a, come on. Yeah, I don't see that either, Poe, in terms of BBAI. Oh, that's a big jump. That is a big jump. So it got hammered in the pre-market on that filing news, but now it's gone actually positive, and it's a big jump. Lots of volume coming in. Took out the high yesterday, which was 414. Probably a low float. Yeah, 7.5 million in the float. All right, we've got the battle now, guys, on the MSGM. You see a bottoming tail here in the last 15. You see a topping tail, so, the buyers knocked it down to 1924. Sorry, the sellers knocked it down to 1924 or so. Buyers took it up, but at one point, the buyers knocked it 27. and the sellers knocked it down. So there is a war going on right now with MSGM. One of them will give up. I mean, my guess is that it'll be the buyers because look at these two topping tails up here, the previous 15-minute candles. You know, again, what does it mean? Buyers had it up to a certain price, sellers knocked it down, buyers tried again, sellers knocked it down, buyers are trying to try it again, sellers kind of knocked it down. Eventually, one side gives up for a while anyway. All right, yeah, Michael just confirmed it'll be him in our YouTube room, okay, between 12 and 1 in about half an hour. So that's the confirmation. Excuse me, before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael nag at you for having a trading plan or about having a trading plan. Now, if you want to get out of a trade in the simulator, you just highlight the trade you want to get out of and then you flatten it. Or you can get out of half your trade, or you can double your position, okay? Or you can go into the box and pick exactly how many shares you want to get out of and the price. Okay, these are just very, we don't have a lot of hotkeys, but this is very quick in order to do. You want to get out of a trade again, just flatten it. All right, guys. See, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. Yeah, it's too bad this path has this 1542 that close. PATH, big float, a little bit like Palantir, PLTR. Palantir has, well, actually 1.7 billion in the float. Wow. Yeah, I mean, unless they came out with some stupendous press release regarding, open AI, going to take a bunch to move it. Ooh, IMUX, guys. I remember this one. Look at IMUX. IMUX. Look at the gap on that weekly chart. 1069 is the high. I think it is clear. Yes. Boy, this has got some room. Look at this on the daily. IMUX, 36 million in the float. So it's not crazy low, certainly not high. And any news on this? Aha! Didn't see this one. $5 price target by Wedbush. So $5 target put on them by Wedbush, guys. Now, I've been waiting for one of these cheaper ones from Wedbush. Haven't seen one for a long time. And that did not, excuse me, that did not show up in the upgrades or downgrades. Now remember, I get this from briefing.com every day. It's not like it's a complete list of every upgrade and downgrade that there is, but disappointed that I didn't see this. Would have taken this immediately. So I'm going to watch this one. A $5 price target. I mean, that's not bad, but even if I hadn't seen that, I mean, look at the gap. It had a terrible day or a terrible week. Might have been even just one day. I don't know. But the week of October last year just cratered down, has done nothing, 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 inching its way back up. What was the one that they had it ran from 15 to 24 or something? Can't even remember anymore what it was. And they put about a $45 price target on it or something. Boy, this 10-day daily breakout today, guys, has been incredible. Look at this MGAM now. The 200-day prevented me from taking this one, the MYMD, also this area up here, but another one that is showing up on this 10-day daily breakout. Quite a few today. Normally we only get maybe 4 or 5 in here because I've got some very tough filters. Well, especially the one filter. So the current volume is at least 8, okay, relative volume of 8. And that means it's got to be trading 8 times normal up to this time of day. So typically I don't get very many alerts, either on the high side, on the upside, stocks moving, breaking out. Nothing on the breakdown today. The market's up, but that doesn't use that. Sometimes it doesn't matter. You'll see some stock that's just getting hammered. Doesn't matter. The market's up, but nothing is showing up there. Exactly, Tank. That's exactly the reason why I didn't like that MYMD. Now, every single alert you get, remember, this is not a strategy. This is an idea generator. So, you I want to, I click on them. I want to see how it's trading, what it's doing, what the market's doing, where is there resistance close by. But this is an idea generator. All these scans that you see are idea generators. Well, I don't know who Nick Venezia is, but he joined MGAM. Well, it says Mogo. Wait a minute. It's showing up in my MGAM. Are they related or something? Mobile Global Sports. Global Sports. Okay, so I guess they're sort of okay. Mogo is MGAM. Okay, good. So whoever this guy is, market's liking it. Look at this. That's got to be a bit of a boost to your ego. You get hired by a company and the stock uh, runs 132%. No, not an AI alert at all. No. But as I said, it was here in my 10-day daily breakout. It's here in the races. It's here, many, many places MGAM showing up. It's not an AI alert at all. Okay, remember I was talking about the Lucid. So there it is at the 200 day, sorry, the VWAP. Right at the VWAP. So the first alert in the 10-day daily breakout for MGAM was at 11:35 and at $2. And if you're wondering, well, why did it not alert here? The filters weren't met until $2. Whatever filters I've got in here were not met until $2. But from there, what did it get up to? 250 before it pulled back. Boy, this edible, oh man. Yeah, tough one. Look at these topping tails on the daily chart. Stock soared higher. Sellers knocked it all the way down. And the same thing looks like it's going to happen today. All right, guys. 11:44, so in about 15 minutes, 15, Michael will show up in our YouTube room. What a morning. Here's another one, guys. Look at this Vasco, or I'm sorry, Victoria's Secret, VSCO. So this showed up. This won a couple of races, 2 races here. And when you look left, yeah, I mean, when you look left, the next high on the daily chart is 45.35. So you can kind of see, I mean, if it takes out 42, this could have a bit of a run in it. What did it get up to? It got up to 42.19. So I'm going to stick an alert around 42.18, see if it takes that out later on. Holding the VWAP 41.25, so it's way above the VWAP now. But it's just a matter of looking left, and there's a big potential void fill, 45.35. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. At least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. All right, guys, give me about three or 4 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back, and I see that the VSCO is on the move here, guys. The VSCO is on the move. Well, I'm keeping an eye on the IMUX, IMUX, and see if this might be something I may even hold. 36 million in the float, so it's certainly not high float. Sorry, guys, I know I'm away from the mic. Just give me a moment. Just getting set for my workout in about 10 minutes. Just waiting for Michael to show up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Okay, put the YouTube link in. He's not there yet, but he'll be there within 10 minutes. What a difference one day makes. I mean, yesterday, I'm telling you, yesterday I was so bored in the market. And today is just an entirely different day. So I'll cover my CVNA short, okay, in the simulator as it gets closer to 9. Okay, so I just click the flatten button, and there we are. And there's path on the move. You know, you guys might want to give this one a shot. You know, the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. It's just a different way of presenting the data in a ticker. It's basically taking competing strategies, one on the upside, one on the downside, and sort of comparing them. And so, especially with the market up today, if I saw something in red here, that would mean the stock is making a new low for the day. Okay, so I would click on that. When you see a sea of green, you know, I mean, the market obviously is lifting today. But you see something that's red, you go, wow, wonder why that one's red. Click on it, see what's happening. And that is, again, I'm sharing that. This is where I get most of my short ideas from. Here's Playboy, PLBY. You know, this would be interesting if that wasn't there, the 277, if it was more of a straight shot down to 240, that would be a lot more interesting to me. Well, here's another one, guys. Sort of interesting. PSTG. It's had a nice run. Okay. The next high looking left. The next high looking left is 29.14, not that far away. But more importantly, the next high is 30.21. So if it can take out 29.14, and you can see you can see the last 3 days how it just sat on its 200-day moving average, just sat right there. The 200-day held 3 days, and then it decided to move. It's not an earnings play though. It doesn't have to be, but just looking to see. Now it's funny, when I saw the world's largest law firm, I thought I was going to see is suing or starting a class action. But this is the news. World's largest law firm leverages Pure Storage for rapid global expansion, etc. Denton's UK, Ireland, the Middle East. Denton's, okay, they're the world's largest law firm. Okay. So, I mean, this could be interesting. I mean, look, it's got the room on the daily chart. If it takes out that high, yeah, just put a price alert. So you don't have to stare at the chart. You just set a price alert right on the chart and then just move on. If we get an alert, what happens is my price alerts window will pop up. Oops. My price alerts window will pop up on the screen and I'll see it. We get rid of these. Oh no, okay. And I should point out, here is that price alert down here, PSTG. So what happens is I minimize the window. I sort on the triggered time column. So if PSTG, if it gets up to that price at 29.13, first thing that'll happen is my price alert window will pop up on my screen. I'll see that alert right at the top. I can also put a sound alert on it using my actions and all. So I cannot miss it. I put the sound alert on it because I do have a wireless headset. So if I wander away from my computer for some reason, and I know the sound this one makes, I can come racing back in and see, okay, what was that? What was the price alert for? All right, I'm anticipating Michael will be here very soon, so I'm just going to put my announcement in, guys. On a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. And I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. And no sooner did I say I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. There he is.
Here I am. How's it going?
A little snow for us too, and not terrible amount to shovel, but I woke up. I didn't even realize it. I just looked out about half an hour ago. I saw some white on the ground.
Yeah, well, can't complain. We've only had one snow day this year, and if you just wait it like a day, then it all went away. So I'm hoping the same thing will happen this time, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But got to make sure the driveway is good and everyone can get in and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just do one thing before let me just mute myself. Okay, guys, so
Sure.
I'm out of the main room and Discord, so I put the YouTube link in, so Michael is there right now. Okay, I've now muted that. So what's happening with you this morning? Anything interesting?
No, not really.
Okay.
Couple trades, nothing really went my way, to be blunt.
Okay.
I've been using this new strategy you may be interested in. It didn't work today, but I can send this cloud link. But basically just a scan that is looking for stocks coming into their pre-market lows or pre-market highs.
Oh, okay.
Right. So, right, McDonald's was kind of the only one that worked well. The idea just being, right, you get something that breaks its pre-market lows or pre-market highs if it's a strong stock like this NPXI, right? Pulls into it, and you can get a bit of a hopefully a good price as it starts to move off it. It's kind of the idea behind it. Worked great last week. So far this week, not so much, but still playing around.
Yeah, interesting that it wouldn't work that well today with the market being, pretty positive. We haven't had, at least, we haven't had the giant red bars wiping out, 30 minutes of gains on green bars today. Still a little choppy. I mean, you look at that 15-minute SPY candle and still some topping tails and bottoming tails, but at least no giant red bars.
Yeah, and it's not like it was horrible today. I just couldn't really get anything going, right? So I am
Right.
still short this upstart. And this for me is because as you know, I'm playing with Trade the Pool that we now kind of partner with.
Hmm.
Um and their commissions are a per share base. Um so with a minimum of a buck 50, but with the account challenge I'm doing, which would be a $250,000 account, it's not a whole lot. So I'm doing a scale in scale out kind of a thing, which is not really a
Right.
trading style I've ever done before. I've always just been right, punch in and then maybe scale out. But yeah, so for like Upstart, for example, I took my first little bit around VWAP here, and then I've just kind of put a hard stop like above the pre-market high, so like 1925, and I've just kind of been scaling in as it goes.
Okay.
So it's still interesting. It's could still turn to a good day if while I'm on here, maybe Upstart just tanks to lows or something. But yeah, that's just what I'm playing with.
Yeah, fire the link to me. Now, how does it work exactly? Because we don't have the actual break of the pre and the post, so it's close to the break. Is that when you get the alert? It's close to the break.
Yeah, so I'm using a 5 minute higher low, and then
Okay,
I have just using the position in pre-market range,
right.
right? So the 5 minute low is occurring close to the high end of the pre-market range, and
Gotcha.
then the 5 minute high, it's just the exact opposite, right? So it's just pulling in.
Right.
So
Okay.
yeah, I'll share this with the room here again. I
Yeah, share
this
it with the
is
room
I
and
always this is for me the funnest part of trading is the building of the strategy, not the actual act itself.
no, that's not Market Explorer, right? This is just a normal. So I could adjust price ranges and all that.
Yeah, these are just normal alert windows.
Okay. Okay, cool. I'll take a look at it later. Okay, my
Cool.
friend, I'm going to hop on my bike and internally, of course, and get some exercise. So now, can you go to
Brilliant.
one, or do you have a meeting at one? Do you have
Nope,
anything going on
I'm
at
I'm
one?
all good. So you have
Oh,
fun at the pub. I mean your bike.
okay. Okay, we'll talk to you later.
All right, bye bye. Okay, everyone. So now the teacher is left. Um, got my epic pen before I forget again. As always, what we do on these live Q&As, which is something that I think is really cool that Trade Ideas does, is we just open an hour up completely devoid of anything but here to answer any questions you guys have about trade ideas, um, trading in general, if you want to go that route, or kind of anything in between. So I will be here for the next hour, just kind of answering your questions. Again, we always appreciate the questions. Don't ever be shy to ask questions. Again, it's anonymous on the internet. And, just trying to look for if you have the question, there may be, there's 70 people in this room. There may be a couple others that have the question. And this kind of support for, especially for software, I think is way better than trying to email in or chat with a little chat bot kind of thing, because I can actually show you what it is. So that being said, I always just do my homework, because other than the day trading I did, I don't really look too much at anything else until I get in here. So my day is split for um, 9:30 until 11:30 is just 100% kind of head down focused on day trading. And then in the afternoon is when I either hang out with you guys or do some other stuff for trade ideas, consulting, that kind of stuff, work on my own YouTube channel. And then the afternoon is when I really focus on the swing trading time frame, which for me, that's kind of my bread and butter, right? If someone said, hey, you can only trade one time frame, I wouldn't even think twice, right? For me, it's going to be I'll swing trade. Thank you. So I'll just start going through, I guess, my homework now while I wait for questions to come in. And first, I always want to take a look at the overall market, right? Because that's going to tell you what kind of day you're in when you're looking for these kind of higher time frames. And you can see we just have a nice little inside day. There's not a whole lot going on today. Right? There's the high end of yesterday's range. There's the low end of the yesterday's range. So we're just dealing with an inside day. This doesn't shock me at all because if I have this right, there's a whole bunch, not only FOMC, but like a whole whack of stuff tomorrow, right? Frex 3. Yeah, so, oh, that's today. Tomorrow. Yeah, we have non-farm payrolls at 8:15 a.m. And then we have ISM manufacturing, which is an inflationary thing. And right, if you're paying attention to the news at all, I don't trade the news, but you can't avoid it. Inflation is all anyone cares about. So that will be a big deal. That's at 10. Same with Jolt's job opening. And then we have the FOMC at 3. So there is a whole bunch of stuff going on right now. So I say this all the time. Sorry, I'm sipping on my hot chocolate after out there shoveling. I say this all the time, right? If you are a large institution, you're a hedge fund manager, you're a pension fund, a mutual fund manager, or something, and that just means that you just can't get into or out of positions. You just can't click a button and get in, right? You have to, there's compliance and investment committees, and then the actual act of buying and selling is going to take, sometimes days, sometimes weeks, sometimes months. If you're someone like Warren Buffett, who spent basically the last year buying Oxy, right? I think this little rally and then that one and then this one here and then maybe this one were all Warren Buffett buying Oxy around this area. So it's going to take you days, weeks, months, maybe a year to get into or out of a position. Are you going to be really clamoring to take a bet today with all of that the market moving news and the numbers and everything that are going to happen tomorrow? Are you like, okay, right now on this little inside day, while we're kind of smack dab in the middle of this range, today's the day I'm going to place the bet. So that's why I think you're going to have a little bit of choppy action today, is because, and same reason that I think we had it yesterday, is everyone's waiting. By everyone, I mean the big guys, right? Now, if you're trading, a low float, small cap, penny stock thing, it's not going to care about this, but for all the big stuff out there, it certainly will. So again, I'm just looking at this and saying, hey, this is we're inside a nice little range here. As a swing trader, it's not the day to really kind of swing for the fences, I don't think, right? I don't think I'll be adding or removing any swing trading positions today. But I always like to keep an eye out. So for example, ASO, I bought this one yesterday, right here at the close. So now I need to see what's going to happen here going into today. So some days are the days where you pull the trigger. Some days are the days where you just manage what you got. And I'm in kind of a manage what I got type of mood today. Unless, right, if the market, turns around here and breaks this low and sells off, well, then, maybe I'll have to act a little bit more, or the other way, right? If we just start rallying all day and hit 110 or something. I just don't think, with barring some sort of news event going on, I don't think we're gonna have a crazy day one way or the other. So I learned a long time ago that the real art in trading isn't knowing what to trade It's knowing when to trade and when not to trade, right? So today might be one of those days where it's the day when not to trade. Oh, next, after I was just taking some notes there. I'm a heavy, and you may hear me type, I apologize, but I'm a heavy notepad guy. Um, Mac OS has this quick notes feature where you can just like pull a note up from your screen anytime. So I always take notes about what I'm thinking at the time with the market. And then the next thing I do is I go and I sort. I have this scan here that's basically just showing me everything in the individual stocks in its position and range. I basically filter this down by ETFs. I just want to see all the different ETFs. Um, let's actually do, I think there should be more here. And that's the one thing, the layout that I posted above, you will have to fill this in yourself just because this is a custom symbol list. Boom. Um, and basically what you can do is you can just double click on any of these headers and it will tell you how high up in the whatever range is the stock, right? So this one's 5-day range, this one's 10-day range, right? There's all these different ranges. So for me, what I want to see is, okay, what's actually in the highest end of its days range, and it's sorting these. You can see all in real time. And the reason I do this, I want to say, okay, well, what today? The market's kind of chopping around. What's actually doing really well today? And solar is kind of popping up. So this boat, I don't know if I'll watch this any further. This is more of when shipping rates were insane. I added this to my list. I may actually remove this one sometime. This ETF list will change based off what's going on in the market. You'll see that there's like wheat in here back when, remember that when Zero Hedge was talking every day about how we're going to run out of wheat right here. And then ever since then, it's just right back to where it was before the war. Which is hilarious, but I can quickly go through and I can say, okay, what's doing the best today? So tan, right? We noticed that the market we said was an inside day. So it was just hanging out inside yesterday's range. Tan actually broke out of yesterday's range. And tan is just a solar ETF. So it contains just a whole basket of, I think your First Solars and Canadian Solars and, any kind of solar name in it. So some relative strength in solars. And the reason I go through this is that when we kind of go through and we're looking for individual names, I want to know what sectors are hot so that if I see a name in that sector that I like the setup, then I can go from there as well, right? Tenacious D. Nice name. Maybe I'm going to put some Tenacious D on the background right now just because I read that. Do I use the weekly time frame to dictate what I play in the daily time frames? No, not so much. There's definitely merit to that for sure, right? I'm not saying there's anything at all wrong with it. There's a lot of people out there that do multi-time frame analysis. And actually, I have a book behind me that I always recommend from Brian Shannon, which is technical analysis using multiple time frames. So nothing wrong at all with that approach. For me, I just like to keep it really, really, really simple. And it's just because that's what works in my brain. So what you're seeing right now is it. This is kind of my entire screen and launch pad for when I'm looking to swing trade. I don't try to get, super wild with it. I find a lot of that can be done just with zooming, right? So if I want to know where this is in the longer term grand scheme of things, I can also just zoom out, which is one reason that I keep gravitating back to this color point of just white and black because it still looks fine, kind of really, really zoomed out like this. Uh, but yeah, so then I would say if you're going to use multiple time frames, and then what multiple time frames you're going to use should be entirely dictated on your hold time. Like how long do you plan to hold a stock? Uh, if I'm looking for an investment or something that I think that I will hold for a year, then I'm going to use weekly or monthly time frames. When I say swing trading, for me, it's most likely maybe a week, maybe two, max. Like ASO, for example, here, right? I picked this up yesterday. If it kind of came back down to this range, I could have been out of this as early as today. Uh, you know, if this thing really kind of breaks out and starts to trend, I'll be kind of scaling in parts almost immediately, right? Um, so to summarize, I don't think there's anything wrong with using higher time frames. It's probably actually a good best practice, but just make sure your higher time frame kind of makes sense with what it is your goals are. So XLI Industrial is doing well, even though Caterpillar I noticed today had gapped down and sold off pretty dramatically. So that's interesting because this industrials ETF is probably a large percentage of this is actually Caterpillar. Why is position and range important? It just shows you how it's a basically saying how close is this thing to its high. The benefit is it normalizes for things like volatility and things and beta and all of these different kind of computations, right? So simply put, let's just take this and let's say this is today's candle right here. So trade ideas would just go in and they would say, okay, the high print, we're just going to call that 100. And then the low print, we're going to call that 0. And that's all there is to it, right? So then the beauty of it is that it doesn't matter how big this candle is. It doesn't matter how volatile this candle is. It doesn't matter what went through it. If it's near the high end of its range, it's putting in a high, a number like 90 or 95 or 100. And if it's in the low end of its range, it's putting in a number, 5 or 0 or something like that. So I don't need to know anything about it. And I can just say, these are the things. So if I just want to see what the strongest stuff is, considering this top list is comparing everything, like if we do 6 months and I click here, then now you can see this is saying, okay, wheat is performing the worst under a 6-month time horizon of everything that I have in there, including ARC, hilariously enough. And then it means that XHB or the home builders ETF is actually in the highest end of its range. So it is a quick way to kind of strip down all of the BS, for lack of a better term, and to just say, show me the stuff that's in the high end of its range or show me the stuff that's in the low end of its range. And then I can tell you where relative strength or weakness resides. Right. And then you can do it for all of these time frames. You could do lifetime and 2 years, 1 year, 9 months, 6 months, all that kind of stuff. Right? So being able to do this, you're able to say, okay, based on your time horizon, what sectors are strong, what sectors are weak, what sectors should require your focus, and which ones shouldn't. So the all this stuff in the middle, I don't really care too much about. Right? So like XLP, right? You can see just by looking at it here that XLP is just in the middle of its range. So, right, this consumer staples is not something I'm really going to be interested in. Uranium, I've been long some uranium stocks from kind of this area right here, but right now, I've got it sorted by 5 days range. It's right in the middle of its 5-day range. So it's not really that interesting to me, right? I want to find stuff that is getting institutional order flow either into or out of, and you just see that by them moving the price. So retail, home builders, and materials all seem to be doing well. So then when I go and I start scanning individual names, I kind of have those on my notepad or in the back of my head. And I can just quickly say, okay, this is something that is in that sector. So if it's a strong name and it's within a strong sector, then I think it's going to put more weight, in my opinion, to what the trade I'm going to take. Doesn't mean I won't, if it's a strong name and it's not in a sector that's very interesting, doesn't mean I won't take it. But if I have an option between two different names and one is the sector is lining up with everything, well, then I'm going to gravitate there, right? So ASO, that's actually why I bought it yesterday, because we just talked about how the retail sector is doing well. That's XRT, right? So your retail sector is doing good, but right, just notice this chart. And then if we go to ASO, this is doing much better than the retail sector. So now not only am I in a strong sector, but I'm in a strong stock within that sector. And a lot of a stock's movement, again, we're talking uh, boomer stocks, as the kid call it, not like low float kind of penny stuff. But a lot of that will be dictated by the overall sector. CAD is 5% of the XLI. Yeah, that's so just means that the other ones, X is doing well, DE, right, D. Just anytime you see a sector component tank and the sector is still strong, that's just something interesting, right? And again, as traders, that's what we're always looking for is what is abnormal, I guess, for lack of a better term. Uh, if Caterpillar was down and the whole sector was down, and it's like, okay, that's not really interesting. But if the sector's down, uh, and Caterpillar was up, I was like, that's interesting, right? So how about position number of minutes? You can certainly do that if you want, and apply that to your trading strategy that you've got written down and see if it helps. Like I was talking about earlier with Barry, this day trading setup that I have, this system is using position in pre-market range. So for example, with Caterpillar, you can see it alert it kind of right here. And the simple idea is this is the pre-market low, and it was rallying up to that pre-market low, right? So sometimes that will act as resistance and will coil back over. Doesn't look like that's going to happen here. Looks like it just went down a bit. And now it's on its way back up, but right? Anything can be helpful, right? It just has to be helpful based off whatever your trading plan is, right? Something that you may find incredibly helpful, I may find absolutely useless, and back and forth. It's why we've developed so many filters and different scanning modalities and all of these things, is because we learned to trade ideas a long time ago that you can't. Everyone does this differently, right? So everyone's going to have a different idea of what it is that they're looking for. So candles may work. You may also just want to sort, position in days range may be interesting to you as well. But for me, sometimes I use days range, but I'm just looking again. My time frame's higher. Away we go, right? Just trade ideas have ADR percentage. The advanced decline ratio? Not at this time, no. We're working on something that will do that as well, if that's what you mean, advanced decline. That's generally speaking, yeah, a lot of futures traders and stuff like that. Now, what we have is our own version of it, which you should check out, which is called a compare count window, which is under new. And you can customize this to your heart's content, right? If you just want to use, average daily range, that's a different thing. Yeah. So we use ATR, which is average true range, but generally the same thing. And so you can just type in average true range. And then we have these two. These two are customs that I was playing with, but there's your average true range, and then change from the open as percentage of average true range. Some people use this for mean reverting, or they use it to filter out things that are up, way too high from their normal range. Basically, right? You could filter out stuff that's up, 5% from its average true range. So you could say, hey, if this thing normally moves 2 or 3%, I don't want stuff that's up like 10%, right? Because it's already done 3 times. Or if you're a revision to the mean trader, you could look for stuff and say, hey, I want stuff that's up much bigger than what it normally trades, to start looking for some mean revision stuff. So yeah, so then after I got a good feeling of what's happening in the market, which is not a lot, right? We are just still smack dab in the middle of this range. And these really small 30-minute candles, and we still have a while to get to the high end of the range. Just chopping around. Again, to be expected with such major events occurring tomorrow. And it's time to scan. And most of the scanning I do is through the Market Explorer now. So, this is TI Strength, which, I've explained a bunch. But if you're new here, is essentially a relative strength algorithm that I created. And it's just looking for stocks that are ranked very high based off of position of range is one of them. Candlestick patterns, technical patterns, all that kind of stuff. Right, basically saying what is the strongest stuff out there and what is the weakest stuff out there. And let me ignore all of the weakest stuff and just focus on the strongest stuff. Right, so then I'll usually scan through this. And like, as I mentioned with ASO, when this was on here yesterday, it really caught my eye because of the work I had done before, just saying these are the sectors that make the most sense to me. And then I can go into the actual individual stocks. And if I see something within that sector, I go, oh, good, right? This is a stock that's interesting to me. And then it's also a sector that's interesting to me. right? And I'm able to kind of, understand, say, okay, that's just something that I believe the sector's aligned. I believe preferably the market's aligned, and then I believe the individual stock. All of those things are aligned. And so, right, it's time to pull the trigger, right? But as I scan through these, you can see they all just kind of have a rank as well. For a moving average across VWAP, not at this time. No, only price crossing VWAP right now. So, right, with all these names, I'm kind of focused in on. So it's funny, CALM is here, and I think the trade of the week was TSN, Some Foods. Yeah, it looks like that one hasn't done much. Ignore this wick right here. That was that craziness last Friday, where the robots basically took a nap on the open. Right. So then, now that I know that each of these stocks are algorithmically designed and will beat the market, kind of on their own, then now it's time to kind of apply some technical eye to it to see if I can increase that performance, right? So, Calm, for example, I can look at it and say, well, there's great support around here. If you were a support player, I don't like it's up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row to a little bit of resistance. So again, even though it's ranked high, that's not something that I'm gonna personally take. Looks like that ACTX might be a buyout. This lithium company is great, but again, move from what's that, like probably 18 to 25 in a straight line, and then into the 200-day moving average. Just not going to be super interested about that guy. Right. So that's, for me, I think if you're interested in trading algorithms, that's how you should use them, is say, hey, how do I apply something that's going to just spit out tickers to me that are going to have some sort of advantage to them, and add in just basic technical analysis with good risk management, and then you're off to the races. So UPS is actually kind of interesting to me. Earnings were today, this morning, so that's out of the way. I don't care what the earnings are; it's just not something I'm interested in. But potential little cup and handle. Look right here; it's cleared the 200-day moving average. It's looking really strong. So I'm going to add this one to my my watch list and see maybe if it kind of closes up here, or even if it spends through the afternoon up here, I might be interested. And then for you candlestick nerds, which I am one, this is just called a kicker pattern, where you basically have a pretty solid down red day, and then you have a gap up the next day. Often you'd want to see the gap up here, but we're not nitpicking around these parts. So you have a down day, and then the next day that just kind of gets reversed and pushed higher. So with that kicker pattern, and then the longer term pattern, and then the fact that it's on TI strength, makes me really interested. So for UPS here. So then it's time to run the math, right? So my purchase, let's say, be around 186, roughly, give or take where it is now. And all right, so that's around 186. And then the stop is, all right, probably around 176, but yeah, I'd probably actually put it right there under that kind of kicker pattern. So then it's simply a math equation from there, right? So I'm risking $10 per share. So first of all, do I think it's a good probability that I could make $20 a share, which would get us up to 200 and a bit right here? So I think that's a pretty achievable target, right? Because you always want to look at that and you say, okay, can I get 2 times my risk? Because if I can't, that's a bad trade. Even if it works out, even if it's a profitable trade, it's a bad trade. So I need to then go, okay, if I think it's pretty achievable that I can make 2 times my risk, then as long as there's, a 50-50 chance that it's going to happen, then, mathematically you should take the trade. So then it's okay, how much do I want to risk? So then you take your account, and let's just make the math easy here. And let's say you got a 100K account. I generally risk 1% of my account on any given trade. So, that's for our easy round number hypothetical, $1,000. So you say, okay, well, if I'm risking 10 points and I want to risk $1,000, how many shares do I buy? So in this case, it'd be shares. So now all that work is done. I can either go to Brokerage Plus if you end up linking your account to E-Trade or Interactive Brokers. You can kind of input all that there. You can just say, okay, it's let's just turn on the sim. Bam. And let's just say, so I'm interested in UPS. I want to buy 100 shares. I can then attach a stop price, and I can say 176 is where I want the stop to be. And then hit the buy button, and away we go. Let's just actually just do it because it's a sim. And there we go. So we're in UPS, right? And the stop is going to be 176 down here. And then, you can set a price alert. Say, let me know when it hits 205. And then that's it. It's a trade done. So that's kind of coincidentally, as I look down to my iPad and start to input the same trade, it's just kind of how that's the process from what's the market doing to what sectors are looking strong to getting to going to TIS to find some stocks with some good mathematical advantage to them to, how many shares should I buy? When should I purchase the shares? All that kind of stuff. So from soup to nuts, I think is the way they term it. So that's how I will look at swing trading. So then now that this is in my portfolio, I just have to check it every day. So at the close, I'll just go through and I'll say, hey, this is something that is this is something that's interesting to me. Let's just go through, and now that I own it, I need to make sure I've got a close watch on it. So I'll go through and just kind of click through all these trades. These are sim trades. Put this down here so you can see it on the chart. And then just see, okay, what's going on with it? Is it continuously in an uptrend? If so, leave it alone. Does it look signs of stalling? Then okay, maybe it's time to do something, right? This Tesla, and again, these are all sim trades. I just use the sim for demoing. But you might look at it and say, okay, well, we had 2 days in a row where it couldn't break like 160, so let's just put a stop. You can always right click, add stop order. Let's just say 160. I'll add that in there. Same Bed Bath & Beyond. I've just been short from here because, of course, right, people who got suckered into this rally on the company that is going bankrupt, that's fun. But you might say, okay, it had this spike yesterday that got everyone all excited. And unfortunately, it probably roped in a bunch more bag holders. So let's just put our stop below that right there. And sober. this one actually still trading? Yeah, I guess. Right. So you can see how the management becomes very easy once you have a portfolio. That's when I said I'm going to be managing a bunch of stuff today, probably not buying too much. That's why, right? How much should float impact our investments? Depends on your written plan and if it has float in it, right? So the lower a float of a stock, the faster it will move, which is obviously a good thing if it's moving in your direction, and a bad thing if it's moving against you. Um, but you got to test it, right? There is no silver bullet, perfect answer, any of that kind of stuff. So what you got to do is say, let me go through my trading plan that I've written down. Hopefully you're journaling all the trades you're making, and let me look up the floats and see if it impacted my investment. Currently, we don't have a CanSlim scanner. That's something that is in the works. Now, what you could just simply do is take any top list that's out there, and within the fundamental part of the CanSlim, we can certainly do. And so just type in fund, and here's all your fundamental filters, and then you can apply that, and then just look for things in maybe the high end of their 1 month range or 2 month range or something like that, and that will give you a an area to watch of watch list. Now we can do all of the other. I don't even remember the acronyms because the only thing I care about with CanSlim is let me look it up, is the cup and handle. What are Yeah, so current quarterly earnings, right? So you would just go in and you just type earnings. That's what the C stands for. There's quarterly earnings growth. And then annuals earnings growth is the A. New product or service, you got to do that your own, right? Supplier demand is just how many shares are outstanding. That's easy. Ooh. Yeah, and then actually, so that's all the easy stuff, right? Finding something, so you could just say quarterly earnings growth is positive by, right, however you need it to be positive by. Same with annual earnings growth. There's annual earnings growth, all that kind of stuff. When it comes to market direction, you got to do that by eye. Obviously, new product, service, or management, we can't scan for that. And then the cup and handle becomes the hard part, and that's what we're working on now. That kind of mathematics behind that becomes very, very interesting. So yeah, the fundamental part's easy. The cup and handle becomes Cup and handle becomes a challenge. You know, it's currently what I'm doing with a lot of the market explorers, playing with more pattern recognition, things like that. Are there no fundamentals in the strength algorithm? Absolutely not. And that's because it was made by me, and I'm a chartered market technician, and I believe that the fundamentals will be shown within the price, is basically the way that I look at it. And most relative strength systems, like even IBD, which was made by William O'Neill, the actual RS system doesn't have fundamentals in it. Now we have, if you're interested in, we have under the regular top list, if you just go to score, this is something I built with Andy with stock composite rating, and that goes from 30 to 100. And it contains a hybrid. It contains both fundamentals and technicals. So anything, I think I can share the scan right here. This is one that I use from time to time with it, that's got some other stuff like short float and things like that. And that might be a good place for you to start. So we obviously can't release the exact math behind it, but it does have some fundamental data and some technical data. Now, the technical data is going to heavily outweigh the fundamental data. And that's just because us as traders, that's all we care about, right? Is to make sure that we are in stuff that's got good technicals and let the nerds figure out the fundamentals. But anything over, I would say, a 70 in this score, it's probably going to have a bit of both. Right? It's going to have some fundamental data and some technical data, all which looks good. So maybe give this a shot. You know, anything about 70 again, I think is going to be a good look. And this is a way to we've come up with both of these systems as a way to try to simplify the entire process. How long does a system take to update after a company's earnings release? I don't know for sure the exact date, but I believe it's within a week. Yeah, I'm just typing here to see, but yeah, I believe it's within a week. It may actually be sooner, but it's basically whenever the data provider will update their data on it. So, and yeah, earnings and earnings growth are definitely in this score system. This is kind of our answer to IBD's stock composite rating, where they will rely, I believe, heavier on kind of the fundamental side of CanSlim. And at Trade Ideas, none of our traders really care about fundamentals at all, right? We're all too short term as well. Right, so PLRX, let's just go through. So obviously it would have gotten a strong rating because of just how strong the stock is, right? It'd be above all its moving averages. It's in the high end of its lifetime range. I think this is, yeah, this is everything. So it's near new all-time highs. So that would give it a lot of points. EPS is still low, or it's still negative, but it's a therapeutics company, so that doesn't really shock me. They've got cash on hand, 306 million, right? This cash to debt ratio, I believe, is also in there. So it's got way more cash than it's got debt. Right. So you can see how, I'm sure this negative EPS is probably a couple knocks against it, but, then you look at it and you say, is this something that I care about, right? Is this a therapeutic company that does what? What do you guys do? Let's move you down here. Commercializing novel for fibrotic disease. So it's like, is this something you care about making money now, or is this something that is a bet on the future, right? And obviously, whatever happened in this area was good. Right. So that again, that could be I'm looking at the Cancelim page, but that could be the new product, service, or management. And that's under the N of Cancelim. May have occurred in that area because something caused this thing to rocket. So if you're really interested in the kind of the Cancelim stuff, the score might be a way to do it. Now, for me, as a relative strength guy, I just don't care what I don't care anything about the news, right? I don't care what they do or
Even if it's open AI, Michael?
that's man, what was it? Was it Hellbiz? I was hearing. I was in a
Yeah. Yeah.
spaces
HLBZ, yeah.
and
Or
they do
VZ,
something
yeah.
with scooters.
Well, Help is when I used to see it. They used to have a streaming. Well, I think they may still have a streaming service that was doing NFL and soccer, etc. in Italy. That's where I first even heard about them several months ago. But of course now they've jumped on the
Intra-urban
bandwagon and trying to.
transportation company. Yeah.
Yeah, but forget about that. Because now, of course, what they're trying to do is combat all the evil naked shorters. But plus,
Yeah.
we will use OpenAI in the future to do whatever we're going to do.
Yeah, we were just joking about this in Slack, but I think it'd be funny for the room. For those who are newer traders, it was like 2017, 2018, where every awful company in the world, every unprofitable, shitty tech company that was out there would come out with a press release saying, we are going to utilize the blockchain. And it would get a 300% sometimes rally that day and then eventually come back to earth when the poor retail people got hosed They were exit liquidity for the large institutions. And the most egregious, I think everyone agrees, was the Long Island iced tea company that changed their name. I think gone now.
They're gone.
Yeah, it's a Long Island blockchain. And
Yeah,
everyone
that
was
was
like,
hilarious.
"What are you doing?" That was like peak. Like I saw a chart somewhere, and I think that was within like 1 month of the highs of Bitcoin then, where it's just like peak insanity has been reached. Everyone's lost their mind. It's time to short Bitcoin. But this AI thing, just for you traders, is gonna be the same. Is gonna be the same thing, right? Like it's gonna be the exact same BS where everyone's gonna go, oh yeah, we're gonna utilize, was it BuzzFeed? What was the other one? And that one actually kind of makes a
Yeah,
little bit of
BuzzFeed,
sense.
maybe. Look at Veri today, Michael. VERI. There's another one, coming out of nowhere. VERI.
Yeah.
And they just put something in there about, yeah, the fact that they're going to do something with OpenAI. And
Yeah, and
another one
it's
is PATH, I think, PATH. Some of them could be legitimate. I mean AI. I don't even know if AI, the symbol, the stock, the company. I'm not 100% sure it's legitimate, but boy, did they ever nail the right symbol.
oh yeah, AI. Well,
Yeah.
they actually make an AI. Now
Yes.
I think this is overdone as well, right? Where 10 to 20, just because I think this is riding up on the fact that Microsoft actually put a bunch of money into um into chat GPT, and they're going to kind of own it.
Yeah.
But yeah, these guys actually make AIs. But this, all of this stuff, and this is just kind of a warning for any swing traders out here. It's a game as old as time, right? All the way back in the .com bubble, everybody would just put .com in their name, and the company would like triple overnight, right? So this is not a new thing. Yeah, Patrick, and 3D printing, you remember that? Was it Triple D?
Yeah. Triple D,
Three.
SSYS, another one.
Yeah, so this was back here. Well, that was 2021. This thing probably even. Let's go to a monthly chart. It's probably even crazier. Yeah, this was $100 company, and you can just see completely fell apart down to $10.
I mean,
And
very
yeah,
cool technology. I mean, extremely cool technology.
well, and
But
that's the issue with a lot of these. This is why I'm such a technical trader, and I avoid the news so much. I think is one of the main things is that you have to, in my opinion, you have to divorce the technology that might be super exciting from the stocks themselves, right? Because like, yeah, the 3D printing is really cool. It's used all the time. You can buy 3D printers that go in your house. There's a lot of people like electricians and stuff that fabricate little devices and stuff off 3D printers.
mhm.
It was amazing. Doesn't mean that 3D systems is ever going to go back to $100 a share, right? So, and it's the same with right pets.com and all of these .com things that were going on back in the day. They're most of them are bankrupt. The rest are never coming back.
Perfumania, Michael. I remember that one. That was a classic one. Perfumania. Buying
Well, and then
perfumes
there was
online.
Sponge Tech. Did you ever get into that?
No, I didn't get into that one.
That was a crazy one. Sponge Tech back in the day. But yeah, just some old man wisdom, I guess, for new traders is that it's a it's a tale as old as time where, yeah, now you'll see, and it'll probably happen for the next few months, is every now and then a company will go, yeah, we're going to use chat GBT to do whatever. And it's like, if you can get in on it, great. Just know that that crap stock is probably going right back to where it came from
Yeah.
before they made that up. They're just trying to get, yeah, with Hellbiz, I think that company is near bankruptcy now. So they've tried I don't know if you saw the tweet that I put out. I think you made a comment on it, but um, it was something like a was it VRB? Was that the one? Yeah,
VRB?
yeah,
Oh, verb. You
they
mean verb.
yeah,
VR,
they oh,
VERB. Yes.
we're gonna fight the evil shorts
Oh,
up
yeah.
here. and
Oh
then it
yeah.
spiked up, and then they like after hours they hit him with an offering.
Oh, that one. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they nailed everybody. It had a great run during the market, etc. And say, okay, yeah, we like what they're going to do. We hate the evil shorters. And then, yeah, they launch a financing on all these poor people that got sucked in. I mean,
Yeah.
it's almost. I mean, if they're saying, naked short selling is criminal, that's about as criminal. That I think almost as criminal because they knew they were going to do this. It's not like
Yep.
they it's not like, what? I think after hours, I think we're going to do a financing. It's not like, they knew they were going to do this.
Yes, is
So,
you don't come up and file the papers and everything in a single day because you see your stock moving, right? That's why mostly when you get pops like this, you get 2 or 3 day moves, and then they hit you with an offering because that's how long it
mhm.
takes to put the paperwork together. But no, these guys knew on this day that they were
Oh,
going to do
yeah.
an offering on this day. They just, can we get after the naked shorters, right? And you know, it's it's
It's
funny
sad.
everybody is fighting, but they're fighting the wrong people. Like, it should be the companies you're fighting. It should be the people who are telling you that all of this naked shorting thing is going to benefit you in some way. Um, and everyone lost. Like the thing that I think the retail should really be fighting about is they took the buy button away. Like everything else to me would be a distraction for, okay, how'd they take the buy button away from us, right? And how do we,
Mhm.
um, how do we go back to that and figure that one out, right?
Yep. Just going on one last anecdotal thing on the Bitcoin and crypto and all that. The one that boggled my mind was Overstock. I mean, Overstock's a real company, and just because they said we're going to accept Bitcoin, that stock just went crazy. If you remember those days, just because they
Yep.
said they were going to accept Bitcoin, nothing to do with Bitcoin. Just we're going to accept it. So craziness. I mean, just you'll launch that stock just because of that.
And it will be the same thing. And then, and this is not to say, again, we were having a little bit of a chat in the traders room there about this chat GPT, and it is going to completely change kind of life as we know it, right? Where um, the it's able to do a lot and it's able to do way more. Um, but again, you have to separate how crazy that technology is going to be at changing everything from the actual kind of scam companies that just kind of talk about that,
Yeah.
right? So,
Well, I
uh,
jokingly mentioned, I mean, you'll get these old movies where the editor is screaming, "Give me 1,000 words on something, okay? I need that on the front page." And the journalist and the writers are trying to scramble. They won't have to do that anymore. Just do open AI, Chat GPT, and spit it out. That's it.
this is awesome. You see BB swing there. I traded TI strength for 5 months, ended the year up 15%. That's
Yeah,
awesome,
yeah, I
man.
saw that. Yeah, excellent.
Keep up the good work. And then yeah, for the fundamental data you're after, I know we talked about the score already, but what you might just want to do is, this is all I look at for my swing trading, right? I'm not hiding anything. This is my whole layout. But when it comes to the fundamental data, what you may just want to do is keep with TI strength, but no, there's no fundamental analysis in here at all. It's all technical. But then just make your single stock window, whatever it is that you want to look at fundamentally. And then as you tab through, because I think the chart should be everything, right? So again, ASO, for example, for something that I'm in, if you have this single stock window filled out with the fundamental data that you want, then you can, click on the symbol, look at the chart, know that it's ranked really high in TI strength. So there's some great advantage there. Uh, and then just start looking through your fundamental stuff, right? So, okay, it's earnings. You can add and subtract kind of whatever you want from here. So you were talking about can slim. So I have all the earnings things, but maybe earnings growth is what's interesting to you. And you can kind of put earnings growth in there and all that kind of stuff just to, um, if you're scanning for the fundamentals, that's done in kind of the legacy system. But if you're scanning using TI strength, then yeah, you can just put whatever kind of fundamental stuff you have here. Like the thing that really caught me when I was scanning through ASO was this 32% short float. And, I know I've mentioned this a handful of times. The people who are short GameStop and AMC and Bed Bath and Beyond, they're not nervous because they've been winning for like 2 years, right? They're sitting on fat profits, but ASO is at all-time highs. So that means these people right here are actually nervous. So if you want to see a short squeeze, first you need a heavily shorted stock, but then you need that stock to make those shorts nervous, and breaking out to new highs is that kind of thing. So that's what I have here. But yeah, add in whatever kind of fundamental data you want into this, and that might be your way to kind of filter out, because you may really like a chart and then you look at the fundamental data and go, I want something that's maybe making some money and blah 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 and all that kind of stuff.
All right, Michael, I'll get my screen back.
Cool.
And I have ASO on there just for fun. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, all-time high. All-time high. And
Yeah,
big short float percent. Wow, no kidding.
Yeah, I picked some up on yesterday's close. It was ranked, I think, number 1 at one point yesterday on TI Strength. And yeah, I'm just hoping, all-time highs means everybody is losing money. So all the shorts anyway are losing money. And I hope they get a little bit nervous.
So just to answer Patrick, the short squeeze data may be 2 weeks old. You're absolutely right, but is it going to change radically? I mean, and that's nothing that we can do. I mean, this is just industry, so it gets. In fact, I'm surprised that probably is the right number now, because I think it gets updated twice a month. So let's just say the 15th and the 30th every month that short float data will get up, as well as the float. But I mean, is it going to change from 31 to 15? No.
No,
In
there would
2 weeks,
have to
unless
be a
something,
lot of
really
shares to
panicking
go
people.
through.
Yeah. So yes, you're absolutely right. It might be 2 weeks old, but I don't think it's going to be, catastrophically different.
No, and right, it's just that's not an us thing. That's just that's the nature of it, right? It's that's the only time that actually FINRA reports it. So if you see anything that updates faster, just know that it's an estimation at best. It's just people are kind of guessing, right?
I think there's a site out there that's called Short Squeeze or Short Float Squeeze or something like that. And their thing is that we can get it a couple of days early. It's not like it's updated every day.
So. No. Well, some ones they'll guess, like they'll use like the FINRA short data trade that day. But the problem is it will tell you how many shares were shorted that day, but then not how many shares were covered that day. So it's kind of like everything else is just a guess, right?
Yeah.
But no, they just,
I don't think
they couldn't cover in a day or two, Patrick, right? So just look at ASO and then just do a little basic math, just to kind of prove this out, right? So you got, let's say, 75 million shares in the float to make it easy, right? 30% of those are short. That means 25 million shares are short. It's done 500,000 shares in volume today, right? So for them to cover, say, even 10 million shares is going to take 20 days of volume. And if they report every 15 days, it just proves that there can't be a fundamental change in the short float in 2 weeks, right? So just,
And we do have a filter, the days to cover. We do have one of those filters, the days to cover also. You can take a look at that.
But yeah, you can just crunch the numbers in your head, right? It's all out there. There's no hidden boogeyman. So just try to objectively sit back and crunch the numbers. And again, if it is small enough that it could be changed in a day or two, then ignore it. Don't take the trade, right? Anyway,
all right, Michael,
I'm going to take off. I'll see you in the marketing meeting.
Oh, you will. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in all 3 rooms. Yeah, Michael and I were having a nice little chat, so a little late getting into the other 2 rooms, but okay, now, yeah, I just want to say kudos to whoever pointed out the VERI early. I know I can't remember who it was, but I think you talked about it in the 850 range. And boy, what a run. Again, open AI. And that's what Michael and I were talking about. We're going to see companies coming out of the woodwork. I'm not saying this is one of them, but we're going to see companies just they're chomping at the bit just to put OpenAI or Chat GPT in their press release, no matter who they are, to get a little bump in their stock. And we're going to see that a lot. And Michael Anthony, you asked why is MSGM up so much? Just check the news. I mean, first of all, the first news that I saw was something about a debt conversion. Okay, and then yesterday they a moment MSGM. I'm not sure if it was yesterday. Yeah, so they regained full compliance with Nasdaq. Okay, now should this have gone up to $27 from two? Of course not. But the reason it did is because of the float, 460,000. So, we talk about this all of the time with such an insanely low float. And then for whatever reason, whether we think there should be this demand because of that news, doesn't matter what we think. All of a sudden, traders around the world see this thing starting to move and they pile into it. I mean, should this be up here? Of course not. But it's a trade. But all this is, you just have to do a search. Let me get rid of this announcement here. So this has been a pretty good day, guys. I mean, we haven't had any giant red candles yet to wipe out. I'm not saying it's been completely smooth on the way up. We do have some topping tails and bottoming tails, but as opposed to certainly yesterday, and I'd probably say for the last 5 days, where you'd see some nice big green candles, and then all of a sudden you see a giant red one wiping it all out, and then some green, and then a giant red one. We've got at least the trend is up as we speak now. We still have the less than 3 hours in the market, but something could change, of course. Yeah, the sober from the AI. I mean, actually, eventually it worked. I mean, you would have had to wait quite a while and probably got a little nervous several times. The entry was 130 and it dipped down below that, though it did not hit the stop. But probably it would have had to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so an hour and 15. And then even there, kind of was stalling. Then all of a sudden, yeah, at noon when everybody says don't trade during lunch hour. Well, look what happened. I shouldn't say everybody. I should not say that. But there are a lot of people that think, well, I'll just take off between 12 and 1. I mean, I do. I want my break. I know I need a break, but I really don't leave. I mean, I have a little bit of a workout and then I'm sitting right here and I can kind of do some stuff on my own. I am seriously considering swinging this IMUX. I'm in it now, okay, but I'm seriously considering swinging this. If this I'm in at 235, um, just because of that wet bush. I mean, I don't usually listen to analysts at all, but they've got a pretty interesting track record. So, and that, again, this is not advice to do the same thing. And it's sort of extended on the daily, but look at this void up here. I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to this, but they do put a $5 price target on them, so there could be enough people out there that will take a look at that. So that's all I'm kind of banking on. So the VSCO gave a little bit of a trade. Remember I had my price alert just over 42, and so it broke out for 42, got up to 42.50. So nothing, unbelievable, but it gave a little bit of a trade for the VSCO. Excuse me. So, I've got about a $2 stop on it. So you can see that, I've got a wide stop for a cheap stock, but remember, I'm looking to swing this. So now depends what happens today. I may add a little bit, but right now I'm just going to hang on. And so with a 35-cent stop, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 70 cents. And of course, I look here and I do. Excuse me, at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. And then Wedbush is putting like a 5 target on it, so that could help it also. But even if they weren't, just looking at this and looking at this big void. Hmm. Yeah, Michael was talking about that ASO. You probably heard him then, talking about the ASO in YouTube. I say the YouTube in YouTube. Yeah, that high short float percent. I mean, with the stock making almost an all-time high. Excuse me, sorry. The only disappointment I've had is the CNTX. I mean, I did make some money eventually on it, but it's actually kind of hoping that it would have a run like some of the other ones, 13 million in the float. But it seemed to have enough room, and more importantly, it seemed like the press release would get a lot more interest. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's traded 67 million, so it has traded the float, what, about 5 times. So, I mean, that's still significant. But I thought, based on that news, that it wouldn't have this massive pullback. But that's why trading is not, you have to have a stop. I got stopped out twice in the pre-market on this one. Finally did okay a third time, but I was really thinking that it might really rip. Yeah, this has been a great one from the AI, I got to say. I mean, no kidding. It's been a great one from the AI. On a percentage move, that's 33% now. If you had been able to hold on through all, I was thinking that the 200-day moving average was going to stall it, but hey, now when you look left, 227 is your next high on the weekly chart. And they did have some news. Company announced something. Its first two sober check installations, oil and gas industry, were successful. So what are they trying to say? That they're saying that rig operators? No, I don't want to say that. Or do they do something other than alcohol? It's amazing though. After such for An oil and gas company, the unnamed. Okay, I guess I guess that makes sense in that industry. You don't want, you don't want the drill hands to, well, quite honest, be drinking a lot of alcohol on that rig. Well, I guess that makes sense. The roughnecks, that's the word I was looking for, the roughnecks. I don't know if any of you guys have been on a rig before. I was on a rig for about a month in the middle of nowhere, and in the winter, and my goodness, you've got to have your wits about you. I was just there to witness what was going on, and wow. So I can see that being a good application for that product. He's going for a P test, yeah. All right, guys, I think I'm going to do my video now. 1:23. I do have a marketing meeting at 3 o'clock, at 2 o'clock Eastern. So I'm going to do my video right now. Excuse me, 1:23. So I should be back by 1:30, no later than 1:33. All right, so I'm muting myself in the three rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so I did my video on silver, and again, this could have a multi-day run. I mean, at least there is the next high looking left at 227 on the weekly chart. Just give me a moment, guys. Just following some internal discussions. Okay, guys. This MSGM may not be over. This is one of those crazy ones that at the end of the day, towards the end of the day, what are we now? 2.5 hours left in the day, the normal market hours. I mean, if this takes out 2350 or so, that could get it on a later day run. Not saying it's going to happen, of course. Need some volume to come back in. I don't know if this is a record, but the float turnover is 91 now. Divide 460,000 into 42,000 and 42 million, and we get about 91. I don't know if that's a record. But when I say a record, I mean since we've been doing this. I mean, I'm not saying historical record or anything, but to turn the float over that many times. Again, probably not too many brokers. Anybody in the room, any one of the rooms have center point? Probably Centerpoint has shorts available, but what is the fee rate? I'm looking at the fee rate in IB. If they would find them for me, 436%. So it would be. So consequently, I just don't think there are a lot of. I mean, they'll be selling. People finally taking profit, but I don't know about people piling into short this. No, yeah, the MSGM. I saw this playa earlier, Plya, right around here. I think I was just on my break. Yeah, at 12 o'clock. I saw that little break here. Not a bad little move, playa. And it has a little bit of room, 785. Yeah, that's what I saw at that 7:30 break. Had a little bit of room. I guess you just got stopped out of sober, but that was a nice trade, depending where you were in it, when you were in it, Jared. All right, when I saw this, I thought, is this a buyout? But this is a 15-minute chart. What the heck is happening with WWW Wolverine? Next high looking left is 1841. Is this a buyout? I can't see any news on it in terms of being a buyout. It's just very strange to see action like this. The volume's there, so Raymond James trims position in Wolverine. That's a very strange pattern right here, guys. That's very tight for some reason. Now, this is a buyout. This is a buyout for sure. And I'm talking about the ATCX. AI right back up, guys. AI right back up. And it still has some room. 2304 is the next high on the weekly chart for AI. Yeah, I saw this Palisade earlier, Ija, Pali. Well, man, if it takes out 320, if it takes out 320 and it's very close, next high is 385 and it's a low float, 1.37 million in the float. Is there some news? I don't see any news on it, but it doesn't matter. So yeah, so I mean, it's now at that high. So he's got the room, guys. Pally's got the room. PALI's got the room. 372. Not saying it's getting there. I'm just pointing out on the daily chart that is the next high looking left. I sort of remember these days. It had tremendous run and then the big sell off. Why I can't remember though. Oh, that's right. I always have a tough time saying their name. Ladenburg Thurman or something or other. That was a while back. Yeah, that's a while back, right? I thought that was a while back. Maybe they're reiterating this. Could have sworn I may be wrong. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, they reiterated it. I'm in. Maybe you didn't hear me. I'm in at 235. Maybe you didn't hear me, Tank. Just as I was coming back into the room, I said I was going to take this as a swing, potential swing. And I said my stop was at 35 cents away, around $2. Yeah, so I went over it. Yeah, because then I said, do I have a reasonable expectation of making 70 cents? Of course, the answer is yes, because of the gap. And if Wedbush's target, even if it doesn't come to $5, all I need is really 3. And then that gives me a 1 for 2 on a swing. Now, if am I going to take some off if it really pops? I don't know. But that, of course, is up to me. Volume coming in still. I think so. It's got to be. I may have held one overnight. Can't remember though. We're 31 days into the year. I can't remember. Oof, look at this one. NUWE, guys. NUWE exploding here on volume. NUWE exploding on volume. And another one that has some room. 1084. Another crazy low flow. 491,000 in the float. What's the spread like? Yeah, for that float, it's not terrible. 930, 939. And the next high looking left is 1084. Okay, so Adamo, there's no way you can tell if a stock is going to pop 50% before it happens. Okay, so I mean, we'd all love to have a scanner like that was going to tell us that something was going to pop 50% before it happened. But if you look, this was not a penny stock, but talking about as an example, the MSGM. I missed my entry, but we were talking about MSGM in the pre-market. It already moved a lot. It already moved, right here. Oh, sorry, this is 15-minute chart. My entry should have been around 8 something. This is at 10 o'clock. I missed my entry, and so even though it was already up a lot, look what it did afterwards. So Just because something is up a lot doesn't mean it can't keep moving when you get the right setup. But there's nothing that's going to show you something that's going to move 50% before it happens. I wish there was. You can look at news in the pre-market and kind of figure out, I wonder if this could do something, and it's not moving yet. Maybe, but I mean, still, there's no guarantee. Even this one. I mean, yeah, this is up 700% right now. I've just been pointing out though that if this takes out these highs right there, this could have a late day surge, especially if they, get some volume. And, a late day surge, I mean, this high was up here at 27. Who knows? I mean, it takes out these high at 23. This could keep rolling. One of the ways to also prepare though is looking at the pre-market action of a stock and checking to see where a stock could keep running to by checking your daily and your weekly charts to see is there room for for this stock. I'm just saying a stock to keep running before it hits resistance. Is there some news about it that looks like it could get it running? There's all sorts of things that go into it. But no, just to say, here's a scanner that's going to show you something that's going to move 50%. No. You could have looked at Sober from the AI and also other scans. So they were Sober. I mean, at this point, this stock was already up a lot. At $1.38, that was probably up because it closed at $1.11 yesterday. Had a little move in the pre-market, had some news, and then it based. So you could have taken this stock at around $1.30, $1.34, and it got up to 177 before it pulled back. That's a great percentage move. So just because a stock is already up doesn't mean it can't keep going higher. But you've got to be able to see this and then put maybe a price alert somewhere. And in the room we were talking about this one. I didn't take this one because I thought maybe the 200-day moving average was going to stop it, but that's just me. Another thing you could take a look at, I can give you this. I think I had it up and running for a while, but let's what did I call this? Um, Small gap breakout shared. Okay, so it's a small gap breakout. You can take a look at this. So what this does, let me just load it. I'll show you what it does. So what this does, it restricts the gap. Now remember what the gap is. It's the first print, okay? The first trade. So if I look at this and I click on the configure. So the gap is no more than 1%. So you're not going to see a stock already up 10% or down 10% on the flip side. You will see a stock that the gap was no more than 1%. Okay, so again, you won't see a stock that's up. Now, then the next filter, the stock has to be up 3% from the open. So it has to be moving, and you don't want to just see stocks that are doing nothing. But again, fairly restrictive, and maybe it's on its way to be 10, 20% from the open. And this is, between $2 and $35. So these are active stocks, but the gap has been restricted. So you can take a look at something like this. Doesn't mean because the gap is restricted that the stock is going to, just have a huge day. I mean, in this case, look at this, not bad. The LPSN. But again, these are all ideas. So you can take a look at that. This will still be active today. Another idea, look at AI. I mean, this is already up 30%. Well, it's up 30% here, and it was up a lot right there. But look at the base. You could have said to yourself, well, if it takes out this area right there, I want to get into the trade. That area was around 2050. It's at 2129 right now. And I mean, if you look left, there's 23. That's the next high looking left. It still has some room. So the fact that a stock is already up a lot does not mean it can't keep going higher. Getty, okay, Getty is this used to be an NFT play, so let's take a look at Getty, Gety. Is this still considered an NFT play? Well, Getty Images, it has to be, right? Now, at this point, you can't take, I mean, no, you can't take this trade right now because it's too extended. But maybe if it pulls back, to the VWAP. Here it is, 613. Maybe if it pulls back to the VWAP, if that's your style of trading. And again, it's a matter of looking left to see what sort of room does it have to keep moving if it wants to. So you look at that weekly chart. So 643 is the next high in the weekly. If it can clear that somehow, then the next high in the weekly is 771. So I mean, in theory, if you look at a weekly chart, this still has some room to run if it wants to. Never saying it's going to keep running, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. So I don't know how new of a trader you are, and anybody listening to me. I mean, and I'm just trying to pick on you. But that's why you can practice trading also. Use our simulator, practice trading. And you have to have a style of trading that suits you personally. Maybe a person is more of a pullback trader. Don't like to take stocks near the high of the day. Oh, maybe you're more of a pullback player. Maybe that suits your eye better. And there's nothing wrong with that. You have to have an idea of, okay, if it pulls back to where? Is it the VWAP or is it some moving average pulling back? Getting the real-time price alert by setting a price target. And then when you get the alert, now you have to make your mind, do I want to trade it? just mention this NUW. Now, this is a tough one. I mean, this is very, very, such a low float again, 491,000 shares in the float. All right, guys. Wow, 2 o'clock creeping up on me. So I'll be in this marketing meeting in about 5 minutes or so. Yeah, and as Tank is saying, I am sharing a lot of scans. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, you click on that link, the homepage link. Put that in our YouTube room also. You click on the YouTube link, or sorry, the my homepage link. So you'll probably be brought right to the top here. So what you can do is you scroll down until you see my scans. Click here, pre-market actives up and down. Now, what Tank did, he adjusted it just to show you stocks under $2 as an example. So, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Here we go. Got to make sure there the room. I don't want to lose the room. So, this is what the scan looks like. So, I've grouped them together here, but here they are, the pre-market actives up and down. So if you right click and configure and then summary, this is what the stock is looking for. So price is at least $1, okay, as an example. But if you wanted, only to see stocks that are $2 and under, like between, I don't know, 50 cents and $2, if that's your style, then you can just change it, go right into the price and, say 50 cents and a max of $2 as an example. See how this is now changed. I'm not going to do that because that's not what I want, but you can adjust my scans to any sort of price range, more of a volume, things like that. But that's what I use. I've been using this forever to find the stocks that are moving up and down in the pre-market. And then trying to figure out, okay, which ones could keep going once the market opens. Man, look at this AI go. The big difference is the AI, okay? That's the big difference, BB, okay? The AI right here. Gave you the silver. So you have this, you don't do anything, you just wait for the alerts to come in, manage the trades as you see fit. That's the big difference, the AI. Our standard service is great, but if you're looking for something that's going to show you without you're having to do anything, potential entries and stops, etc., and that's what the premium service does. I think there are some other differences, but that's the main difference. All right, guys, I am going to have to go into this meeting now. Oh yeah, tons of fun. Okay, I put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back and almost set to shut it down. That was a long meeting. So yeah, BB, if you're still in the room, yeah, our standard service, you can create all the scans you want. Okay, well, within reason. You have to use our data points, you have to use our filters and our alerts, real-time alerts. But I mean, you can create your own scans, of course. And let's see if anything. I was watching. Well, look at Carvana. Carvana will not die. CVNA will not die. This was a nice short I had earlier on, but boy, it has really recovered again. Well, I mean, you only need it if you want to use the AI. I mean, there are some other differences, BB. Okay, so I mean, you can have 20 charts instead of 10 if that's important. If you're into back testing your own strategies, if you want to back test your own strategies, then you need the premium service. You have unlimited back testing. Those are probably, I mean, the number one reason usually is people want access to the AI. Number two, it might be the back testing. Some are really into back testing their own strategies. And number three, if you want to, if you like our charts and you want to have 20 instead of 10, those are probably the three biggest differences in that order. Yep, Denver, 2 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, FOMC. Well, there's nothing to, okay, how to use it. I think I don't want to say it's confusing. There's no way to use it, okay? I mean, it's how you want to trade. I mean, in order to load it, you have to, you just have to load the strategy trades all. So if you click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window, okay? Here's your window. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you, okay? That's about it. So there's no how to use. It's not, well, okay, if I get this alert here, this is what I should do. No, this is like a watch list. Sometimes, you'll look at a certain setup and you might look at it, or a certain alert, and you might look at it and you go, I don't like that alert. Don't take it. You know what I mean? So it's not, it's just use it like a watch list. Obviously the silver was a pretty awesome one today. Here's the alert at $1.30. You would have had to wait probably a couple of hours before it really took off, but once it took off, this was up about 44% at the high. This was a short of SSTK. This is it's a real-time alert, okay? I'd actually rather not use the term entry price because it infers that you have to get in there, at that price. And, to me, that's just wrong. You have time to set up, to take a look and see whether or not it meets your trading plan to trade something like this, to short. Maybe you don't even short, okay? So this is just a suggest. This is when the real-time alert happened. There's a stop that is suggested, but how you trade it will be up to you. Okay. The only thing is, have this. This is the only window you need. The only window you need. In other words, we have a channel. Okay, I wouldn't do it. I would just have this window. Make it simple. You can incorporate this window as part of your layout. And so, when you close down trade ideas, you can have this window up. Tomorrow morning, there were no alerts until the earliest alert you'd get would be at 9:35. Typically, you see there was an alert at 9:45. Here's one at 9:47. But the earliest alert would be at 9:35. There's nothing in the pre-market and there's nothing after hours. And typically, we don't see too many. I mean, there was one I guess later on for Carvana, actually that's not bad, 234. We don't get too many after afternoon because the pattern it wants to take a look at longer patterns. So at 1 o'clock there's only 3 hours left. So but look at that CVNA, not bad. Okay, Stuart. So how do I activate the discount I had? Okay, so what you should do is if you go to, just tell them what you want to do, okay? And I'll give you the link. Okay, so go to our homepage. When you click on that link, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So when you click on the homepage link, you guys don't get that. That every now and then the database. Okay. And just wait for the little balloon. There we go. There's the little balloon, the questions and answers. Okay. Ask the question. Okay. Make sure you give them your email that you signed up with for Trade Ideas and just say exactly what you're saying. You want to downgrade from your premium 1 month to standard, but you want to take an annual standard. And they'll look at your account and they'll figure out what the best way to do it is. Okay. No, Jared, you shouldn't have stayed in sober. If you had a plan to get out, or if I recall, I think you were saying about $1.65, right? I mean, you gotta adhere to your trading plan. And I remember, yeah, I mean, it did this. I mean, this could have kept going down, 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 down. Okay, so what did it get down to? It got down to $1.58. Yeah, it rebounded, but your trading plan was to get you at a stop, and you obeyed it. Well, I mean, you could. I mean, even if, Steve Gomez, some of you may know Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he's a big proponent of the 10 SMA, the 15 on the 15-minute chart. Now that's that blue line right there. Now, granted, that blue line also incorporates the pre-market. If it didn't, I don't know what it would look like if I wasn't using the pre-market. So, he doesn't get out of a trade unless it closes below, as an example. Well, it's the age-old question though, a pullback or a breakdown. It'll be the age-old question. Remembering too that these are very volatile. 9 million in the float, a lot can happen. You're not talking about Apple or Microsoft with billions in the float, and probably we'll call it a little more orderly trading most of the time. These things, can be very, very emotional. He uses the 15. He uses the 15. So the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. That's what he does. But I think he also waits for it to close below. I could never do that because what would happen if this candle really closed below, like way below? So I mean, but it's a way that he does it. Now he's probably in a situation like this, he would have probably taken off, maybe at least half his trade. So if it touched the SMA, he's still in it, and if it's going down below it, well, maybe he would keep in it, for a while, because he wants to wait to see if it closes below. And that's just a stop. You could do the VWAP though. There's the VWAP. You could have said, okay, now that's a little bit further away, but you can always practice in your simulator. You can take the trade for real and then practice the same trade in the simulator using that as a stop just to see what would happen. Hey guys, we've got about 10 minutes left. Any last minute questions? Just quickly go over my home page, what you'll find. So again, if you click on my homepage link, okay, obviously a way to take out a subscription right there using that code, Barry15 for 15% off. If you do take out a subscription, I really recommend you start off with the Let's Get Started, the Get Started. 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes. If you're brand new to trading, I really think this is a great resource for you. Trading 101, okay, bunch of videos done by Trade Ideas, by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It's free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think this one is going to trigger this week. When you get the email, you'll see that there's a suggested entry, trigger price, and ooh, wait a minute, it might. Anybody have the email handy? Because I know it didn't trigger yesterday, and there was the high yesterday was 65.47, so it could not have triggered yet. Because, but you know, it's getting maybe tomorrow it will trigger. Then all the education is here. You got a great user guide, the getting started again. Okay, and the other thing is my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. So you want to know how I find out the stuff that is moving in the pre-market? There's right here, pre-market actives up and down. And here are the two races that you see. This one, the 10-day daily breakout, was awesome today. Awesome today. Nothing on the breakdown. Now you might say, well, you know, that makes sense because the market was up. Normally it doesn't matter. Usually you get a couple in the 10-day daily breakdown, but nothing happened today. And then the upside movers and downside versus downside movers. I love this one. So save my link, my homepage link. If you take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my link and my promo code. I get a little credit. The room gets credit. And also, of course, if you save my my homepage link, you'll have access to my scans and the education at any time. $65.95. Thank you, Christine. So no, it is not triggered then. $65.95 is the trigger for TSN. So we'll see, and it does, you know, after hours pre-market doesn't count. Okay, so we'll see what happens. Maybe tomorrow it might. If not, it just becomes it's not a bad trade. It just is not it just isn't triggered. That's all. Now, if you had wanted to, I mean, you treat these the way you want to, of course. You know, if you wanted to, you thought, okay, well, what do you know? It's holding the VWAP. Maybe I'll take it right now. Yeah, these trades of the week and the AI really helps if you have a certain understanding about trading, okay? Because it'll make it not I don't want to say easier, but you start to see things. I wish we would just get rid of auto trading. I'll be honest with you, just the whole idea of auto trading. I know people just want to auto trade this. It won't work. I mean, mechanically it'll work, but you won't make money. And I think if you use it like a watch list, it'll be you'll get a much better result out of it. Yeah, AI is giving it up now. Giving it up now. A little bit. I mean, we'll have to see what happens with this tomorrow. 2136 was the high, so 1981 right now, 1975 right now. Yeah, I see this. This is coming in on the compare count, the HSCS. So it's approaching yesterday's high. 261 was yesterday's high. Big, big, big move yesterday from 72 cents the day on Friday. And it closed at 234. I can't even remember what the news was. I'm sure there was some news. I just can't remember anymore. I'm looking, I don't see it in the headlines. I do remember this though, because if it can take out maybe tomorrow, there's 283, 281, 291. You can see if it can get through 3 tomorrow, then you look left and this hits 6. This is back a few weeks ago, but this hit 6. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stick an alert around 294. Want to see if it gets close to $3 tomorrow. And then we can start looking at this with the idea of it takes out 3 and lots of and good volume. You may have, then all traders are looking at is the one time it hit 6 back in August of last year. It's funny. This almost looked like it was going to start to run MSGM when I was in the marketing meeting and saw this, and it did. You see exactly what happened. It did not take out my price alert. So even though I was somewhat tempted, it did not take out my price alert, whatever that is, 2412 or something. Because you can kind of see that if it had taken this out, it could have had a bit of a run in it. I'm talking about the MSGM. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll just wrap this up now. Definitely a more exciting day for me. A lot of, there was just a lot of interesting things to talk about. It's not so much, I have to trade everything, but just interesting things to talk about. All right, guys, don't see any other questions, so I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you for all of the help as usual. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And goodbye, Discord users. And now to shut down YouTube.